Quick Action TV, satu jiwa, satu rasa.
Di langit, di laut, di daratan luas, kami hadir menembus waktu dan batas. Profesional, modern, teruji setiap saat, menjawab panggilan jiwa yang tak pernah padam. Di langit, di laut, di daratan luas, kami hadir menembus waktu dan batas. Profesional, modern, teruji setiap saat, menjawab panggilan jiwa yang tak pernah padam.
Denting sirene jadi nyanyian malam, Avignam jagat samagram,
Keselamatan alam semesta. Bersatu, Basarnas berdiri tegak, melawan badai dan luka.
Quick Action TV, satu jiwa, satu rasa. Action TV, satu jiwa, satu rasa.
Pemerintah melindungi segenap bangsa Indonesia dan seluruh tumpah darah Indonesia. Kecelakaan, bencana, dan kondisi membahayakan manusia menjadi ancaman bagi keselamatan jiwa masyarakat Indonesia. Melalui Undang-Undang Nomor 29 Tahun 2014 tentang Pencarian dan Pertolongan, Badan Nasional Pencarian dan Pertolongan atau BASARNAS sebagai lembaga pemerintah non-kementerian mendapat tugas menyelenggarakan urusan pemerintah di bidang pencarian dan pertolongan atau Search and Rescue. BASARNAS bertanggung jawab langsung kepada Presiden Republik Indonesia. Sejarah berdirinya BASARNAS diawali dengan bergabungnya Indonesia menjadi anggota International Civil Aviation Organization pada tahun 1950. Selanjutnya, Indonesia bergabung dengan International Maritime Organization pada tahun 1966. Setelah itu, pemerintah Indonesia membentuk organisasi SAR nasional yang diberi nama Badan SAR Indonesia atau BASARI pada tanggal 28 Februari 1972. Tanggal inilah diperingati sebagai hari lahirnya BASARNAS. Dalam perkembangannya, tugas dan tanggung jawab BASARNAS diperluas. BASARNAS menangani kegawat daruratan pada kecelakaan pesawat, kecelakaan kapal, kecelakaan dengan penanganan khusus, bencana pada fase tanggap darurat, dan kondisi membahayakan manusia. BASARNAS yang berkantor pusat di Jalan Angkasa, Kemayoran, Jakarta Pusat memiliki 47 kantor SAR, 1 balai diklat, 77 pos siaga, dan 83 unit siaga di seluruh Indonesia. Sumber daya manusia yang dimiliki BASARNAS saat ini lebih dari 4.000 aparatur sipil negara. BASARNAS juga dilengkapi dengan berbagai sarana prasarana dan peralatan SAR yang mumpuni, baik darat, perairan, maupun udara. Dalam menjalankan tugasnya, BASARNAS berkolaborasi dengan kementerian, lembaga, TNI, Polri, badan usaha, organisasi, akademisi, komunitas, media massa, dan masyarakat pada umumnya yang tergabung dalam potensi SAR. Reputasi BASARNAS tidak hanya dicintai masyarakat di dalam negeri, tetapi juga diakui oleh dunia internasional. BASARNAS aktif dalam organisasi Search and Rescue Advisory Group atau INSARAG yang berada di bawah naungan Perserikatan Bangsa-Bangsa. BASARNAS juga menginisiasi terbentuknya Indonesia Search and Rescue atau INASAR Team, di mana tim tersebut telah memperoleh sertifikat internasional urban SAR dengan klasifikasi medium class. Dengan kualitas dan kapabilitas yang dimiliki, tim SAR Indonesia siap memberikan layanan SAR kepada masyarakat di dalam dan luar negeri. Basarnas untuk Indonesia maju. Aviknam Jagat Samagram. Selamatlah alam semesta.
Luas kami hadir menembus waktu dan batas. Profesional, modern, teruji setiap saat, menjawab panggilan jiwa yang tak pernah padam. Di langit, di laut, di daratan luas kami hadir menembus waktu dan batas. Profesional, modern, teruji setiap saat, menjawab panggilan jiwa yang tak pernah padam.
Denting sirene jadi nyanyian malam. Avignam jagat samagram.
Keselamatan alam. Di langit, di laut, di daratan luas kami hadir menembus waktu dan batas. Profesional, modern, teruji setiap saat, menjawab panggilan jiwa yang tak pernah padam. Di langit, di laut, di daratan luas kami hadir menembus waktu dan batas. Profesional, modern, teruji setiap saat, menjawab panggilan jiwa yang tak pernah padam.
Denting sirene jadi nyanyian malam. Avignam jagat samagram.
Keselamatan.
Tindakan seperti latihan yang dulu pernah diajarkan. Drop, cover, hold on. Duduk berlutut kan, Bu?
Sambil pegangi kepala bagian belakang juga, Bu. Saya sembunyi di bawah meja Bu Guru saja, Bu.
Ya, betul semua. Maleo, Ujo, Joko, jangan di bawah meja yang itu. Meja itu tidak terlalu kuat. Segera lari dan pindah bareng Ketut ya. Meja Bu Guru lebih kuat.
Baik, Bu.
Anak-anak yang lain secepatnya merapat ke dinding. Bisa dekat dengan ibu sini. Dinding yang belakang itu juga bisa. Eneng, jangan di bawah jendela kaca. Siapa itu yang bareng Eneng? Pindah. Bahaya nanti kalau kaca jendelanya pecah. Oke, cukup. Tetap tenang. Sekarang perlahan-lahan kita keluar kelas dan menuju titik kumpul sekolah. Mulai dari Ketut yang paling dekat dengan pintu. Yang lain mengikuti dari belakang dan berbaris satu persatu. Tetap lindungi kepala. Boleh pakai tas masing-masing. Atau pakai buku juga boleh. Ditaruh di atas kepala ya. Ayo cepat. Tapi tetap tenang. Jangan panik. Tetap merapat ke dinding ya anak-anak. Satu tangan memegang tas atau buku untuk melindungi kepala. Satu tangan tetap merapat ke dinding. Sabar, jangan takut. Sebentar lagi nyampe di titik kumpul. Anak-anak semua, sementara kita tetap di sini dulu ya. Sekarang coba cek dan tengok kanan kirimu. Apakah ada temanmu yang belum ikut berkumpul dengan kita di sini? Mulai dari bangku di depan dan di belakangnya. Ayo, satu persatu, mulai. Anak-anak, terima kasih sudah bisa mempraktekkan latihan atau simulasi gempa yang dulu kita ikuti.
Sambil menunggu perkembangan informasi, Kak Koko ingatkan lagi ya, selain langkah-langkah penyelamatan yang tadi, kita perlu tahu juga langkah yang lain. Bersyukurlah kita karena gempa bumi yang terjadi tadi relatif kecil, tidak ada kerusakan yang ditimbulkan. Ada yang masih ingat rumus penyelamatan dalam bencana gempa yang lebih parah?
Segitiga kehidupan.
Yap, pinter. Segitiga kehidupan adalah posisi yang harus dilakukan saat terjadi gempa besar yang menimbulkan kerusakan. Kita cari lokasi yang berada di sisi sebuah benda besar, di sudut bangunan rumah atau benda besar yang kuat. Contohnya begini. Baik anak-anak, Bapak Kepala Sekolah telah mendapatkan informasi pasca gempa bumi tadi. Kantor BMKG melaporkan bahwa tidak terdeteksi adanya gempa susulan. Bapak Kepala Sekolah juga sudah memerintahkan beberapa bapak guru dan security untuk mengecek kondisi bangunan sekolah kita. Semua aman. Sekarang kita kembali ke kelas. Tetap tenang dan berbaris yang rapi ya. Terima kasih.
Touch this. Can't touch this.
Halo teman-teman, adik-adik semua, selamat datang di kantor Basarnas. Dan perkenalkan, saya Kak Koko, petugas Basarnas. Kalian tahu apa itu Basarnas? Nah, pasti belum kan? Ayo, Kak Koko kasih tahu. Kita sambil jalan-jalan ya.
Ayo.
Sebelum berangkat jalan-jalan, kita lihat dulu seragam Kak Koko. Nah, keren kan? Ada baret, baju, celana, sepatu. Ada tempelan nama, tulisan Basarnas, bendera merah putih, dan lambang-lambang lainnya. Diingat-ingat ya, seragam Basarnas itu seperti ini.
Kok warnanya oranye kenapa, Kak?
Pertanyaan bagus. Tapi sebentar, nanti ya kakak Koko jawab setelah kita sampai di bawah pohon itu. Yuk, kita jalan-jalan ke sana dulu. Nah teman-teman, adik-adik semua, Kak Koko mulai ceritanya ya. Begini, kalian tahu, bangsa Indonesia itu bangsa yang sangat indah dan kaya. Karena berada di garis khatulistiwa, tanah Nusantara ini sangat subur. Beraneka satwa bisa dijumpai di Indonesia. Belum lagi kekayaan laut dan sumber alamnya yang sangat melimpah. Tapi tahu nggak adik-adik? Selain berada di garis khatulistiwa, bangsa Indonesia juga berada di 3 lempeng besar dunia. Lempeng atau lapisan bawah tanah yang menyangga bumi Indonesia. Karena berada di atas lempeng besar tadi, bangsa kita jadi sering terjadi bencana alam. Mulai gempa bumi, erupsi gunung berapi, angin ribut, banjir, dan lain-lain. Tenang semuanya, jangan takut. Justru karena itulah ada Kak Koko dan teman-teman Kak Koko di Basarnas yang akan menolong kita semua. Kak Koko dan teman-teman Kak Koko adalah petugas Basarnas, singkatan dari Badan SAR Nasional. SAR itu singkatan dari Search and Rescue atau Pencarian dan Pertolongan. Jadi SAR itu bertugas mencari, menolong, menyelamatkan, dan mengevakuasi manusia yang menghadapi keadaan darurat atau ancaman saat terjadi kecelakaan, bencana, atau keadaan apapun yang membahayakan.
Mengevakuasi itu apa, Kak?
Ya. Evakuasi itu menolong orang yang sedang dalam bahaya untuk diambil, digotong, atau dipindahkan dari tempat bahaya ke tempat yang aman. Oke? Lanjut ya?
Lanjut!
Sekarang, Kak Koko mau cerita tentang orangnya atau petugasnya. Kak Koko ini salah satunya, orang atau petugas Basarnas atau Badan Pencarian dan Pertolongan. Disebut rescuer atau penolong. Apa adik-adik? Bisa diulang bareng?
Rescuer!
Iya, bagus. Rescuer. Selanjutnya, setelah tahu rescuer, sekarang Kak Koko baru bisa menjawab pertanyaan. Kenapa seragam rescuer warnanya orange? Pertanyaan siapa ya tadi?
Gendis, Kak!
Ya, begini. Pilihan warna orange itu supaya terlihat mencolok atau lebih terang dari warna-warna yang lain. Ayo kita bayangkan, ketika petugas pencarian dan pertolongan dengan seragamnya nih ada di antara tempat terjadinya bencana. Bisa gempa bumi, erupsi atau gunung meletus, banjir, kebakaran, atau kejadian bencana lainnya. Sangat mencolok terlihat kan warnanya?
Ya, betul!
Sekarang semua sudah tahu kan apa itu Basarnas dan rescuer?
Sudah!
Nah, sekarang ayo kita lanjutkan jalan-jalannya. Kita akan berkeliling kantor Basarnas. Siap?
Siap!
Ayo, kita let's go! Teman-teman, adik-adik semua, ini kapal untuk melakukan pencarian dan pertolongan di laut. Yang ini namanya ATV, All Terrain Vehicle, atau kendaraan serba bisa yang digunakan untuk melakukan pencarian dan pertolongan di medan atau tempat yang berat atau susah dijangkau dengan kendaraan biasa. Kendaraan biasa itu apa saja coba?
Motor, mobil!
Iya, bener. Nah sekarang, yang ini adalah helikopter untuk pencarian dan pertolongan melalui udara. Ada pertanyaan nggak sampai di sini?
Kak, itu ada mobil besar seperti truk. Itu juga kendaraan penolong.
Iya, oke, pertanyaan bagus. Ini juga kendaraan yang biasa digunakan petugas pencarian dan pertolongan atau BASARNAS. Namanya Rescue Truck Compartment. Digunakan untuk menolong kecelakaan kendaraan dengan penanganan khusus di jalan raya, sungai, perkampungan, dan lain-lain. Pokoknya, truk ini serbaguna loh adik-adik. Banyak peralatan untuk pencarian dan pertolongan ada di sini.
Peralatan apa saja, Kak?
Iya, bagus. Terima kasih. Kak Koko tunjukkan satu persatu. Nah, ini namanya power show atau alat untuk memotong benda-benda keras seperti baja, besi, atau yang lain. Yang ini namanya rubber boat atau perahu karet. Peralatan untuk petugas SAR yang melakukan pencarian dan pertolongan di air.
Yang ini apa, Kak?
Kalau yang itu namanya kombi spreader. Alat yang digunakan untuk memipihkan benda-benda keras. Tahu kan? Dijadikan gepeng gitu benda-benda yang keras tadi.
Kak, ini kok ada selang air dan kantong udara yang besar begini? Buat apa ya?
Weh, ya bagus. Hampir saja terlewat. Ini namanya air lifting pad. Semacam alat untuk mengangkat mobil atau benda besar yang menimpa korban bencana atau kecelakaan. Alat seperti kantong itu diletakkan di antara mobil atau benda yang akan diangkat, lalu dipompa dengan udara, maka bendanya akan terangkat. Oke teman-teman, adik-adik semua, sekarang Kak Koko mau menunjukkan foto-foto kegiatan yang dilakukan teman-teman Kak Koko sebagai rescuer. Ini foto kecelakaan pesawat, ini foto kecelakaan kapal. Kalau ada kecelakaan pesawat atau kecelakaan kapal, rescuer yang lainnya akan bekerja mencari orang-orang yang mungkin mengalami kecelakaan. Terus menolong mereka agar bisa selamat dari bahaya atau terancam nyawanya.
Selain kecelakaan pesawat atau kapal, ada nggak pertolongan untuk kecelakaan lain, Kak?
Oh ada, banyak. Ini tim BASARNAS sedang menolong orang-orang yang akan tenggelam. Nah ini waktu terjadi kecelakaan kereta api, orang-orang yang terjebak banjir, pencarian orang yang tersesat di hutan atau gunung. Bahkan ini ada juga menolong orang yang terjebur sumur. Banyak kan?
Wow!
Keren ya? Ada yang mau ditolong? Jangan dong. Kita harus terus berhati-hati dan berdoa agar terhindar dari segala bentuk kecelakaan. Nah, agar terhindar dari celaka dan ancaman bahaya, adik-adik harus berhati-hati dan menjaga diri supaya tetap aman. Karena kecelakaan bisa menimpa siapa saja dan kapan saja. Maka kita harus jaga diri baik-baik.
Caranya, Kak?
Nah, bagus. Salah satu cara terbaik menjaga diri adalah mematuhi rambu atau peringatan. Tahu kan, rambu-rambu atau peringatan itu dipasang agar semua terhindar dari bahaya atau kecelakaan. Misalnya, ada rambu larangan berenang di pantai. Patuhi, jangan berenang. Ada lagi misalnya, rambu-rambu tebing berbahaya, rambu rawan longsor, atau rambu perlintasan hewan liar, dan juga rambu-rambu lainnya. Sekali lagi, patuhi rambu-rambu itu. Bila tidak mengerti artinya rambu-rambu yang dipasang, jangan malu, langsung tanyakan kepada petugas atau siapapun yang ada di sekitar rambu-rambu. Nah, oke adik-adik?
Oke, Kak.
Nah sekarang, ayo kita foto-foto bareng dengan peralatan yang ada di sini. Siapa yang mau duluan foto naik perahu karet? Di sana juga ada truk BASARNAS. Silakan, siapa yang mau foto ke sana? Tolong kakak-kakak petugas BASARNAS lainnya, adik-adik ini ditemani ya.
Saat akan menolong orang tenggelam, Anda harus memperhatikan keselamatan diri terlebih dahulu dan tidak bertindak gegabah jika tidak bisa berenang. Ciri-ciri orang yang terancam tenggelam adalah posisi kepala di atas permukaan air dan tangan menggapai-gapai. Badan setengah membungkuk seperti sedang menaiki tangga, kaki bergerak-gerak dan kepala mendongak ke atas. Kepala timbul tenggelam dan berusaha untuk tidak tenggelam. Sama sekali tidak mengangkat tangan, kaki tidak bergerak, dan kepala cenderung berada di bawah permukaan air. Jika berada di pantai, kepala berada di bawah gelombang air dan terlihat panik. Saat melihat korban tenggelam, Anda harus berteriak meminta tolong agar menarik perhatian orang-orang di sekitar Anda sambil tetap memperhatikan posisi korban. Jika korban hanyut, terus ikuti korban. Anda juga dapat meminta pertolongan dari BASARNAS dengan menghubungi call center 115. Sebelum menjangkau korban, pastikan posisi diri aman dengan berpegangan pada sesuatu yang kuat. Apabila perlu, ikatkan badan pada pohon atau tiang yang kokoh. Apabila posisi korban dekat dengan tepian, ulurkan tangan untuk menjangkau korban. Namun, jika posisi korban jauh dari tepian, jangkaulah dengan menggunakan benda-benda ringan namun kuat seperti ranting kayu, bambu, atau galah. Setelah dapat menjangkau, tarik korban ke tepian dengan lembut dan tenang, jangan menghentak karena akan mengejutkan korban sehingga pegangan bisa terlepas. Anda juga dapat melemparkan benda-benda mengapung ke arah korban. Benda-benda tersebut antara lain styrofoam, botol plastik, ban dalam mobil, serta papan kayu. Jangan sampai melempar benda-benda tersebut hingga mengenai korban karena dapat mengakibatkan korban cedera. Lemparlah kurang dari 1 meter dari posisi korban. Apabila tidak dapat menjangkau korban dari tepian dan tidak dapat melempar benda-benda mengapung, Anda dapat mendekati korban dengan benda atau alat yang dapat mengapung seperti perahu, kano, papan selancar, batang pohon pisang, atau batang bambu. Lakukan dengan hati-hati karena kondisi panik korban dapat mencelakai Anda. Bimbinglah korban dengan tenang untuk meraih benda atau alat tersebut, kemudian stabilkan dan bergeraklah bersama ke tempat yang lebih aman. Jika menggunakan alat bantu yang lebih lebar, seperti perahu atau papan lebar, naikkan korban di atasnya dengan hati-hati. Metode lain untuk menolong korban adalah dengan berenang. Tentu saja Anda harus memiliki kemampuan berenang dengan baik. Jika Anda sendiri yang terancam tenggelam, lakukan teknik mengambang dan menunggu pertolongan atau disebut juga sebagai teknik ultimate. Dalam kondisi tersebut, Anda harus tetap tenang, tidak panik, dan bernafas secara teratur. Selanjutnya, angkat dagu, lalu rentangkan tangan dan kaki. Posisi Anda harus terlentang dengan pandangan ke atas. Aturlah keseimbangan tubuh. Jika Anda mengenakan sepatu olahraga, jangan dilepas, karena hal itu akan membantu kaki Anda untuk mengapung. Raihlah benda-benda mengapung di sekitar Anda, seperti botol, kayu, jerigen, dan buah kelapa kering. Jangan banyak bergerak untuk menghemat tenaga hingga pertolongan datang. Tetaplah berhati-hati saat beraktivitas di perairan dan utamakan keselamatan.
Izin Pak,
Ya.
saya Cynthia, peserta UKOM kemarin Pak.
Oh, Cynthia yang dari Jogja itu ya?
Iya Pak.
Oh
betul,
iya,
Pak.
ya gimana gimana? Ada apa?
Jadi gini Pak, saya ada sedikit ucapan terima kasih untuk Bapak karena sudah bantu tes UKOM kemarin Pak.
Oh, kok repot-repot ya?
Iya Pak, nggak apa-apa.
Sebagai asn yang berakhlak, kita harus bekerja dengan jujur dan bertanggung jawab. Yang artinya, kita harus menolak segala bentuk gratifikasi.
Contohnya, amplop setelah bentuk proses izin atau voucher-voucher dari mitra kerja. Itu bukan hadiah, tapi gratifikasi.
Izin Pak.
Iya, silakan.
Izin Pak, ini ada hadiah dari Kansar, satu untuk saya dan satu untuk Bapak. Katanya sih apresiasi atas kegiatan kemarin Pak. Mau nanahannya Pak?
Oleh-oleh dari kantor ini.
Siap ya Pak.
Oh, ini buat saya sama kamu.
Iya.
Oh gini aja, Nindi. Ini laporin dulu ke UPG. Takutnya ini gratifikasi. Nanti kita salah atau gimana, ya?
Siap Pak. Izin Bu, saya ingin melaporkan kiriman hadiah dari Kansar.
Oke Mbak, saya terima. Mohon diisi formulir pelaporannya untuk kami proses lebih lanjut.
Bentuknya bukan uang, tapi kalau diterima karena jabatan, itu bisa dianggap suap ya. Jadi, kita wajib untuk melaporkan ke unit pengendalian gratifikasi.
Meskipun niatnya apresiasi, ASN tetap harus berhati-hati dengan tidak sembarangan menerima pemberian. Mari tetap menjaga integritas dan transparansi sebagai ASN. Ingat, no toleransi terhadap gratifikasi.
Berkuncing orang itu sarang dosa, mengganggu orang itu sarang dosa, mencaci orang itu sarang dosa, memfitnah orang itu sarang dosa, 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 dosa.
Gempa terjadi, apa yang kamu lakukan? Kalian pilih ini, jawabannya salah. Jika kalian pilih ini, selamat, Anda benar. Jika terjadinya gempa di sekitar, hal yang tepat untuk dilakukan adalah berlindung di bawah meja dan melindungi kepala kalian Sobat SAR. Gimana Sobat SAR? Jadi nambah pengetahuan kan? Jangan lupa like, komen, dan share ya.
Atas nama Badan SAR Nasional, kami mohon izin mengucapkan terima kasih dan penghargaan yang setinggi-tingginya atas kehadiran Bapak dan Ibu sekalian. Dengan besar harapan, berkenan memberikan saran dan masukan bagi pengembangan sistem SAR nasional.
Satu kata sederhana, terima kasih. Terima kasih kepada Basarnas,
Kami terima kasih pada BASARNAS sudah bisa menemukan hampir semua yang terkena bencana. Mudah-mudahan semua bisa ditemukan.
Ketika dunia beristirahat, kami tetap terjaga. Inilah Basarnas Command Center, jantung operasi pencarian dan pertolongan di Indonesia. Di ruangan ini, tim siaga kami memantau setiap inci wilayah Indonesia, dari darat, laut, hingga udara. Setiap dering telepon adalah potensi ancaman. Kami bekerja cepat, profesional, dan tenang. Memastikan informasi akurat didapatkan sebelum tim di lapangan bergerak. Karena kami ada untuk Anda. Memastikan setiap korban mendapatkan pertolongan, kesiapsiagaan kami adalah jaminan keselamatan Anda. Inilah di balik layar kesiapsiagaan Basarnas Command Center. Jangan lupa like, komen, dan share ya Sobat SAR.
Penekanan saya, tetaplah konsisten dengan apa yang sudah dilakukan ini terhadap respon time. Setiap ada informasi yang kita dapat, pertahankan respon time itu untuk bisa kita tindak lanjuti. Sekarang yang saya inginkan tindak lanjut dari kita. Saya kepingin bahwa apa yang akan kita laksanakan dalam melaksanakan tugas, mempertanggungjawabkan kepada seluruh masyarakat melalui amanah yang diberikan lewat undang-undang yang dipimpin oleh Bapak Presiden. Ini bisa kita laksanakan dengan tanggung jawab.
Halo Sobat SAR, kembali lagi dengan saya Lala Mutia di Highlight Basarnas Sepekan. Berbagai informasi telah kami sediakan khusus untuk Anda.
17 April, tim SAR gabungan evakuasi seluruh korban kecelakaan helikopter Airbus H130PK CFX di Sekadau, Kalimantan Barat. 17 April, tim SAR gabungan evakuasi seluruh korban yang terdampak banjir di Sungai Nagari Alahan Mati, Pasaman, Sumatera Barat. 18 April, tim SAR gabungan evakuasi remaja tenggelam di perairan pantai Golden Beach, Bengkong, Batam, Kepulauan Riau. 18 April, tim SAR gabungan evakuasi nelayan yang dilaporkan hilang kontak saat melaut di perairan desa Bantaya, Parigi, Moutong, Sulawesi Tengah. 18 April, 3 hari pencarian, tim SAR gabungan temukan nenek yang hilang di kebun desa Oelesala, Kupang, Nusa Tenggara Timur. 18 April, tim SAR gabungan evakuasi korban longboat terbalik di perairan desa Salube, Halmahera Utara, Maluku Utara. 17 April, tim SAR gabungan evakuasi korban terjatuh di Bendungan Mengwi, Badung, Bali. 19 April, nelayan hilang di perairan Karangkering. Tim SAR gabungan temukan korban di Pantai Punggur, Bangka, Kepulauan Bangka Belitung. 19 April, tim SAR gabungan evakuasi pemancing yang hilang di Bendungan Batu Tegi, Tanggamus, Lampung. 20 April, tim SAR gabungan evakuasi 2 nelayan yang mengalami mati mesin di perairan Anambas, Kepulauan Riau. 20 April, tim SAR gabungan temukan lansia yang hilang di Sungai Manjonggo, Donggala, Sulawesi Tengah. 22 April, tim SAR gabungan evakuasi pria yang naik tower BTS setinggi 40 meter di Sidoarjo, Jawa Timur. 22 April, tim SAR gabungan evakuasi medis kru kapal MV Ocean Galaxy yang mengalami serangan jantung di perairan Sulawesi Barat. 22 April, hari kedua pencarian, tim SAR gabungan temukan pria yang tenggelam di perairan Selat Bangka, Banyuasin, Sumatera Selatan. 23 April, siswi SMP yang tenggelam di Sungai Komering, Oku Timur, Sumatera Selatan ditemukan tim SAR gabungan dalam kondisi meninggal dunia. 23 April, tim SAR gabungan evakuasi 2 WNA di tebing pantai Cemongkak, Desa Pecatu, Badung, Bali.
Demikian informasi yang dapat kami sampaikan. Saya dan tim pamit undur diri. Tetap selalu waspada dan utamakan keselamatan. Avignam Jagat Samagram. Semoga selamatlah alam semesta.
Quick Action TV, satu jiwa, satu rasa.
Singapore. The fourth, opening remark by the representative head of the National Search and Rescue Agency of Indonesia. The fifth, presentation by panelists, guided by moderator. Sixth, Q&A session. And last, presentation of token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, moving to the next item of the agenda. Opening remarks from the Senior Director, Peninsula Region, Air Navigation Services, Civil Aviation Authority of Malaysia, Mr. Muhammad Rozi bin Saleh. Time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished Mr. Nur Isrodin Mukhlisin, Director of Preparedness, National Search and Rescue Agency of Indonesia, BASARNAS, accompanied by esteemed colleagues. Distinguished Mr. Vincent Hua Teck Peng, Director of Air Traffic Services, Civil Aviation Authority of Singapore, CAS, accompanied by esteemed colleagues. Participants from air navigation service providers, aircraft operators, search and rescue authorities, and ASEAN member states. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. On behalf of the Civil Aviation Authority of Malaysia, the designated Aeronautical Search and Rescue Authority of Malaysia, it is my great honor and privilege to welcome all of you to the Malindopura International Search and Rescue Workshop 2026. This workshop represents more than trilateral cooperation. It reflects our shared operational commitment between Malaysia, Indonesia, and Singapore to ensure that aeronautical search and rescue across our region remains seamless coordinated, and effective. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this workshop, improving aviation search and rescue coordination in cross-border emergencies, captures a critical reality. In search and rescue, time is not merely a resource, it defines survival. Coordination is not merely support, it is the backbone of mission success. Through this workshop, we aim to strengthen our shared understanding of aviation search and rescue, enhance coordination across all stakeholders, and support the ongoing implementation of global search and rescue initiatives such as GADSS. As CAA Malaysia, we remain fully committed to ensuring that our search and rescue system is aligned with the international standards and continuously strengthened through effective coordination and cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are united by one objective, one shared responsibility, and one mission: to save lives. This is the true spirit of Malindopura, unity in action when it matters most. Before I conclude, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to BASARNAS and CAA Singapore for their close collaboration in co-hosting this inaugural workshop alongside CAA Malaysia. This achievement sets a strong foundation for future collaboration and reinforces our commitment towards enhancing operational readiness across borders. I encourage all participants to engage actively and constructively throughout this workshop, and I look forward to productive discussions and meaningful outcomes. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Rozi bin Saleh, for your speech. The next opening remark will be delivered by the Director of Air Traffic Services of Civil Aviation Authority of Singapore, Mr. Vincent Hua Tekpeng. Time is yours.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. Distinguished colleagues from the National Search and Rescue Agency of Indonesia, Director of Preparedness, National Search and Rescue Agency of Indonesia, Mr. Noah Ishruddin Muklisin, distinguished colleagues from the Civil Aviation Authority of Malaysia, the Senior Director, Peninsula Region and Navigation Services, Civil Aviation Authority of Malaysia, Mr. Muhammad Rozi bin Saleh, distinguished directors, esteemed colleagues from the ASEAN member states, representatives from civil aviation authorities and navigation services providers, airline operators, and search and rescue agencies, and members of the wider international aviation community. A very good morning to all of you. On behalf of the Civil Aviation Authority of Singapore, it is a great honor and privilege to welcome you to the Malindopura International SAR Workshop 2026. May I extend our warmest greetings to all senior representatives and delegates present today. Your leadership and steadfast commitment continue to advance our collective search and rescue endeavor. I would like to place on record my appreciation to the Malindopura Working Group Secretariat for its dedication and tireless efforts in convening this workshop to bring together experts and stakeholders from across the region is no small undertaking. Your careful planning has made this timely engagement possible. I would like to echo Mr. Rozi and say that search and rescue is lying at the very core of our shared duty to preserve life. In an increasingly interconnected aviation environment, incidents may swiftly transcend beyond national boundaries. This reinforces the fundamental truth that effective search and rescue requires not only strong national capabilities, but also close cooperation and seamless cross-border coordination. In SAR missions, time is of the essence, and our ability to respond swiftly and collectively can make the difference between life and loss. This workshop therefore serves as an important platform to strengthen that cooperation. It brings together a diverse community of practitioners and stakeholders to exchange knowledge and share best practices. Through our deliberations, we seek to deepen a common understanding and to advance a shared vision for the continued enhancements of SAR services across our regions. It is my sincere hope that today's discussion will be constructive, candid, and forward-looking. More importantly, I regard this workshop as a meaningful step towards expanding the scope and depth of our collaboration. By strengthening partnerships and reinforcing coordination mechanisms, we move closer to our shared objective of upholding the highest standards of search and rescue readiness, should we ever be called upon. Let us therefore make use of this occasion to learn from one another, to strengthen mutual understanding, and to reaffirm our collective commitment to rendering timely assistance to those in distress. Therefore, I wish you a most productive and meaningful workshop. Thank you. And I actually have, if you can see, these are the badges from BASARNAS and CAM Search and Rescue. So good luck to everyone. All the best for the exercise. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vincent Huatekpeng, for your speech. The next agenda is the opening remark by the head of the National Search and Rescue Agency of Indonesia, represented by the Preparedness Director, as well as officially opening today's event. Mr. Nur Isrodin Muhlisin, SPDMM, time is yours.
Thank you, Mbak Rere. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, before the speech begin, on behalf of the head of the National Search and Rescue Agency of Indonesia, I would like to apologize that he cannot attend this event, for he has a military roll call. Thus, he delegates me to deliver his speech. Distinguished representative from Malaysia, Senior Director Peninsular Region Air Navigation Service, Civil Aviation Authority of Malaysia, Mr. Muhammad Rodsi bin Saleh, distinguished representative of Singapore, Mr. Vincent Hua, Director of Air Traffic Service of Civil Aviation Authority of Singapore, and then Pak Barokna, Mr. Barokna Haula, Deputy of Human Resources Development and Search and Rescue Potential, National Search and Rescue Agency, as speaker from BASARNAS, Mr. Mani Fanan, Deputy Director in the Civil Aviation Authority of Malaysia, speaker from the CAM Malaysia, and Mr. Muhammad Hafiz bin Jafar, Deputy Head Air Traffic Control Specialist, Search and Rescue, Civil Aviation Authority of Singapore, a speaker from Singapore. Esteemed colleagues from the ASEAN's number states, aviation civil authorities, air navigation services providers, airline operator, and SAR agencies. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. It is my great honor and privilege to welcome you all to the Malindopura International Search and Rescue Workshop 2026. On behalf of the governors of Indonesia and BASARNAS, I would like to express our sincere appreciation for your presence and strong commitment to strengthen the national cooperation in aviation search and rescue. Today marks an important milestone for all of us. For many years, Operation SAR within our region has been conducted primarily through bilateral arrangement. However, through the Malindopura initiative, we are taking a significant step by establishing a trilateral framework involving Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. This transition reflects our shared understanding that aviation challenges today are increasingly complex and cross-border in nature, requiring a more integrated, coordinated, and interoperable approach. This workshop is not just an event, but part of a broader and long-term commitment to enhance our collective capacities. It serves as a platform to build a common operational understanding, strengthen and harmonize operational procedure and cross-border coordination mechanism, improve preparedness and interoperability in responding to aviation emergency, and promote the implementation of global framework such as Global Aeronautical Distress and Safety System, or GATS. More importantly, this initiative opened the door for future collaborative programs, including joint exercise, capacity building, and the development of harmonized procedure across our three countries. As we move forward, we must recognize that the future of search and rescue is no longer solely about locating an aircraft in distress, but about how quickly and effectively we can coordinate and deploy our resources. Therefore, strong partnership, timely information sharing, and operational readiness among all stakeholders are essential. I am confident that through this workshop, we will strengthen our collaboration, enhance our preparedness, and contribute to safer skies in our region. Thank you, and I wish you all a productive and successful workshop. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Santi 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 Om. Namo Buddhaya. Salam kebajikan. Head of National Search and Rescue Agency of Republik Indonesia, Muhammad Syafi'i, Air Marshal TNI. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nur Isruddin Muhlisin, for your speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next item on the agenda, presentation by panelists. This session will be chaired by a moderator from BASARNAS who has extensive experiences in the field of search and rescue. He has been building his career in BASARNAS for more than 20 years. During that period, he has taken on many duties and responsibilities, including, amongst others, as head of the Department of International Technical Cooperation, head of Cooperation Department, head of Pontianak SAR Office, and he currently serves as head of the Readiness and Exercise Subdirectorate. Mr. Yopi Haryadi SHMH, time is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Rere. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning all. Distinguished Mr. Barukna, as a Deputy of Human Resources Development and Search and Rescue Potential, the Director of Preparedness, and it is my honor to be here together with the great person in the ASEAN SAR community in the workshop with the title of the Improvement Aviation Search and Rescue Operation in the border. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move into the main segment of the today's workshop. Then allow me to begin by introducing the platform that bring all of us together today, Malindopura. Malindopura represents the strong trilateral cooperation between Malaysia, Indonesia, and Singapore in aeronautical search and rescue. It reflects our common commitment to strengthen readiness, coordination, and operational effectiveness in response initiative among Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore to strengthen regional aviation search and rescue cooperation. It evolved from bilateral arrangement into a comprehensive trilateral framework, recognizing that modern aviation challenges are increasingly complex and transboundary in the nature. This initiative provides a strategic platform to harmonize procedure, improve interoperability, build capacity, and promote mutual learning among participating states. Ultimately, our common objective is clear: to ensure timely, effective, and coordinated response during aviation emergencies. The purpose of this workshop is to bring together experts, operational personnel, and stakeholders to exchange knowledge, share best practices, and further enhance regional search and rescue cooperation. It is also an opportunity to strengthen professional network and reinforce our readiness for future challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have distinguished speakers from Malaysia, Indonesia, and Singapore, representing key organizations responsible for aviation safety and search and rescue operation. They will be sharing valuable expertise, practical experiences, strategic perspective throughout today's sessions. Let me introduce to all of you on the speaker that will be delivering to you the session for today. First, I will introduce Pak Mani. I will introduce first Pak Hafiz. Pak Hafiz bin Jafar, currently appointed as the Deputy Head ATC Specialist in the Civil Aviation Authority of Singapore. First joined CAS in 2009 and has built a strong foundation in aviation operation over the years. Beginning his career as an air traffic control officer in 2010, he developed his operational expertise in the field before transitioning in 2018 to specialize in the search and rescue portfolio, where he has since contributed to the growth of search and rescue. In addition to his core responsibilities, Mr. Hafiz has actively supported and contributed to regional and international search and rescue related forums since in 2022, sharing best practices and collaborating with global partners to enhance coordination and effectiveness in search and rescue operations. Then I would like to introduce the second speaker, Mr. Muhammad Barokna Haula. Mr. Muhammad Barokna Haula, born on November 11 in 1969 in Indonesia, is a senior search and rescue professional with extensive experience in operational leadership, training, and strategic planning. Throughout his career, he has held key positions, including as the Jakarta SAR office, head of Jakarta SAR office, also as a deputy director for communication, head of BASARNAS Training Center, director of planning, and also as the INASAR or Indonesia Search and Rescue team leader, and currently serve as a deputy of human resource development and search and rescue potential. He has undergone a wide range of professional training in SAR operation, instruction, disaster response, and international safety standard. He has also been actively involved in major national and international search and rescue operations, including the Bali bombing, Aceh tsunami, Haiti earthquake, Japan tsunami, accident of the MS-370, accident of the QZ-8501, accident of the GT-610, and accident of the SG-182, demonstrating strong expertise in handling complex emergency response scenarios. Then I would like to introduce you the third speaker, Mr. Mani. Search and rescue professional with extensive experience in air traffic management, aeronautical emergency coordination, and operational leadership. He began his career with the Civil Aviation Authority of Malaysia in 2002 as an air traffic control officer and served for 6 years at the Kuala Lumpur Air Traffic Control Center before joining the Air Traffic Management Division at CAAM headquarters. With more than 12 years of direct involvement in aeronautical search and rescue, he has played a significant role in SAR coordination, emergency response planning, and multinational cooperation, contributing to numerous aeronautical search and rescue operations throughout his career. He currently serves as a head of the Search and Rescue Unit, where he is responsible for ensuring the effectiveness of Malaysia aeronautical search and rescue services through close coordination with neighboring state relevant authorities, domestic agencies, and private stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now begin with the session 1, focusing on the aeronautical search and rescue framework and ICAO INEX 12 search and rescue requirement. This session will provide an improvement overview of international framework governing search and rescue responsibilities and coordinating among states. It is now my pleasure to invite our distinguished speaker to deliver presentation. Mr. Muhammad Hafiz bin Jafar, sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pak Yupi, for the introductions. Distinguished senior representatives, colleagues, fellow speakers, esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm very honored to have been given the opportunity to kick off the workshop with the first session today, which is to provide an overarching view as well as lay the foundation for the participants to further appreciate the sessions that follow after session 1. This would be talking about or introducing the framework on which SAR is built. What I will cover during my session would actually be on the Convention of the International Civil Aviation, otherwise known as the Chicago Convention to some, the Annex 12 to the Chicago Convention, the International Aeronautical and Maritime Search and Rescue Manual. Thereafter, I'll move on and briefly introduce what are the critical functionalities of SAR services, how we organize them, how do we define where we actually provide these SAR services, which is actually within your own search and rescue region. And thereafter, I will briefly also touch on what are the responsibilities of the Rescue Coordination Center, rounding off with how the states actually cooperate with each other when organizing as well as conducting operations for search and rescue. And finally, what I will cover will be notable updates to the Annex 12 that would be applicable to air navigation service providers, SAR service providers, as well as stakeholders that support SAR operations. To begin off, like what I mentioned, states who are party to the International Civil Aviation Organization would refer to the Convention on International Civil Aviation, otherwise known as the Chicago Convention, that was signed back in 7 December of 1944 in Chicago. Right? Within the convention itself, states actually agreed on the establishment on international rules for air navigation. There are several, and I think it would be an understatement for me to actually say that there are several. There are a lot of international rules for air navigation. But what pertains to search and rescue would be specifically Article 25 of the Convention, which outlines a state who is party to the International Civil Aviation Organization, the obligations to provide measures of assistance to aircraft in distress within its own territory, and most importantly, to permit, subject to control of its own authorities, the owners of the aircraft or authorities of other states in which the aircraft is registered to assist and provide other measures of assistance that may be necessary. And most importantly, Article 25 within the convention exemplifies the spirit that we are trying to portray here as the Malindo Work Group about collaboration in coordinated measures where necessary in the interest of saving lives. While the convention itself lays down what the state's obligations are to ensure there is uniformity in the delivery of this service provision, ICAO has Annex 12 to the Chicago Convention, which pertains to search and rescue. The very first edition of this Annex 12 was actually published in 1950, and the latest edition with revisions was actually published back in 2024. The Annex 12 document is constantly reviewed by a panel of SAR experts with inputs from all state representatives, inclusive of their very own SAR experts. The Annex 12 provides standards as well as recommended practices applicable to establishing or organizing your SAR organization, the maintenance of your SAR organization, as well as SAR operations and guidelines on coordination of these services between states. Of course, when we have standards and recommended practices, it can be interpreted differently by different people based on the reading. That would not fulfill the purpose of the Annex 12. How then do we actually achieve this? Simply, ICAO also provides guidance on how do we actually achieve the standards and recommended practices as documented in Annex 12. And not only does ICAO do this alone, ICAO, together with IMO, the International Maritime Organization, has harmonized guidance, and this is documented within the International Aeronautical and Maritime Search and Rescue Manual, which is supplementary to the Annex 12. Within Volumes 1, 2, and 3, the manuals actually provide guidance on establishing your SAR organization, guidelines on how to conduct SAR operations, detailing all the way from the initial phase of the SAR operations, all the way to conclusion of the SAR operations itself. Most notably, for Volume 3, some participants who are quite familiar with the IM-SAR manual would notice that there will be duplication. What ICAO as well as IMO has done is that within Volume 1 and Volume 2, they actually have all the guidance, whereas for Volume 3, they recognize that search and rescue units would require reference when they are actually out in operations. And hence, in Volume 3 itself is where most search and rescue units and facilities would bring a copy of Volume 3, which is actually a smaller copy itself of all the content that is contained within Volume 1 as well as Volume 2. So having your convention, the standards and recommended practices, as well as your guidance, how then do a state or does a state actually organize their SAR system or their SAR organization? The most critical part about developing, organizing a SAR system or an organization is that SAR services should be provided on a 24-hour basis. This would ensure the prompt response to any incidents and the prompt rescue to save lives. But this would not be evident if it does not include state to have a legal framework. And what does a legal framework constitute? It includes the designation, the empowerment to a responsible authority to discharge the provision of SAR services. It includes the organization or the procurement of resources, inclusive of the physical facility from where the SAR services are provided from, the communication of facilities to support operations, and most importantly, a skilled workforce that can deliver the provision of SAR service if or important statement when we are actually organizing a SAR system is that the provision of SAR services to aircraft and persons in distress should be regardless of nationality, status, or circumstance of the person. It should be provided regardless and unbiased, because SAR services is a humanitarian effort. With the organization and for the provision of SAR services, where then do states provide this service? For ICAO states, where we provide search and rescue services, is otherwise known as your aeronautical search and rescue region. It is an area of defined dimensions within which adjacent states would have come to an agreement on where they would provide these SAR services, because the search and rescue regions should not overlap. For clarity, for seamless provision of SAR services, it should not overlap. But importantly, it should also be contiguous. Otherwise, it should not have empty spaces where people do not claim to provide SAR services. It should be adjacent to each state's search and rescue region border. And most importantly, here again, I would like to stress that the definition or the delineation of the search and aeronautical search and rescue region is determined on the basis of technical and operational considerations and not related to can come to agreement to either collectively or collaboratively provide search and rescue services together. Right? Having an area for search and rescue region, you would need a facility, like I previously shared. And which facility or which node should the SAR operations be centered on would be your Rescue Coordination Center. The Rescue Coordination Center would be responsible for the effective organization of SAR services, as well as be the central node when coordinating or conducting SAR operations within a search and rescue region. Ideally, the Rescue Coordination Center should be located where it can effectively perform its functions. However, ICAO recognizes that it would also be effective if your Rescue Coordination Center could also be co-located with other facilities such as your air traffic service units, your area control centers, where the SAR service providers could also leverage on other existing equipment as well as staff. And within the Rescue Coordination Center, most importantly, you should have communication, plotting facilities, access to pertinent publications, maps, and information. What you can see on the right here on the slides that we have is actually the various rescue coordination centers, starting from BASARNAS on the top left, to the Civil Aviation Authority of Malaysia to the top right, and to Civil Aviation Authority of Singapore's Rescue Coordination Center on the bottom. As you can see, generally most rescue coordination centers are aligned with each other because we adhere to the standards and recommended practices within the ICAO Annex 12 on the equipage that is necessary. And for states who wish to understand more on what equipment is important, you can actually refer to your IMSA Manual Volume 1. If I recall correctly, the table is table 2-1. You can actually take a look at what are the equipment that is important to have and which equipment right? So once a state has already established its own SAR organization, like the previous directors, as well as the distinguished senior representatives have highlighted in their opening remarks, states typically do not operate in silos. With the increasing interconnectivity of air travel, it is important that states cooperate, collaborate with each other. This is important, especially so for states to coordinate their organization with those of neighboring states. It is important for the states to ensure that there are processes subject to the conditions as prescribed by their own authorities to permit the entry of SAR units. And when I say SAR units, it includes aviation assets, maritime assets, and even personnel and equipment to enter the search and rescue region of another state to assist in the SAR operations. Some notable recommendations that ICAO prescribed is that it is important for states such as ourselves, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore, to coordinate our SAR operations, especially so when the operations are proximate or very near to adjacent search and rescue regions. It is also important that states communicate, coordinate, and develop common SAR plans and procedures to facilitate these collaborative operations. And finally, states, inclusive of all their RCCs and their various stakeholders, should regularly arrange for joint training exercises which would be able to identify and improve areas where it could elevate the efficiency in the provision of SAR services. To round off my session, prior to handing over to my other fellow speakers, I think it's also appropriate for me to highlight that there will be several notable updates applicable by 26 November of 2026 this year, which would be applicable to all SAR service providers, as well as other stakeholders within the wider SAR community. Right, we should note that vessels would be monitoring the frequency channel 16 or 156.8 megahertz for distress safety and calling frequency. Right, although this is an aeronautical platform, aeronautical SAR service providers should be cognizant and aware of the supporting stakeholders' capabilities and requirements. And as I previously mentioned, IKO recommends that all joint training exercises include your RCCs as well as your rescue sub-centers and the various stakeholders. And another initiative that is important that IKO has noted is that states should ensure that there are 24-hour SAR points of contact available to receive and acknowledge distress alert data from the COSPA SARSAT satellite system. And lastly, especially to our colleagues and participants from airline operators, right, there's an additional procedure included for pilot in command on intercepting a distress transmission to attempt to establish communications with the person in distress, record the information required, and continue to monitor where they could assist to provide search and rescue service providers and air traffic service units with prompt information to assist in the SAR operations itself. I hope what I have shared would have laid the foundation for what my other fellow speakers would elaborate further on. And that concludes my presentation of session 1. Thank you for your attention, and I hand over back to Pak Yopi for the progress of the next session. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Pak Hafiz, for the insightful presentations. Now, before we go to the next sessions, I would like to inform to all participants that all the materials, assets for this workshop will be uploaded in the chat box, so you can access the material, also the asset for this workshop in the chat box. Then we shall now proceed to the session 2, covering the Global Aeronautical Distress and Safety System, or GATS. The decision will highlight key operational requirements and how the GATS strengthens aircraft tracking, and distress response capabilities. May I now invite our next distinguished speaker, Mr. Muhammad Barokna Haula. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Pak Yopi. Thank you, the MC. And I should read also mention some very important person from Malaysia, Pak Muhammad Razi bin Saleh, the Senior Director, Peninsula Region, Air Navigation Services, Civil Aviation Authority of Malaysia, CAM. It's too long, Pak. Morning, Pak Rozi. Morning from Jakarta. We're still around?
Morning, Pak Barokna. Morning, Pak Barokna. Well done.
You get more glowing then. And then the second is the Mr. Vincent Watekpeng, Director of Air Traffic Services, Civil Aviation Authority of Singapore. Morning, Pak Vincent. It's me, Barokna from BASARNAS. Good morning, Kim.
Hi, morning, Pak.
Okay. And then we still have also maybe 100 persons to be mentioned, but I make it short. Morning, Pak Manipanan, and also Pak Muhammad Hafiz. I start these presentations after probably quite a while. I have a long in connection with this matter, since I'm in charge now of the Human Resources Department in BASARNAS, and more technically in terms of the technical capabilities, and also to develop the capabilities of SAR potential resources of BASARNAS. I tried to share my presentations, the Global Aeronautical Distress and Safety System, or should mean say GATS requirements that already prepared and shared to you through the uploaded items during this session. And the scope of these presentations includes the first is the catalyst of the missing or disappearance of MS-370, and then the IQ ad hoc working group, first concept of GATS, and then also we also talk about the global impact of the GATS itself, and global aeronautical distress and safety system. This is the concept. You will find also more in details how this concept works, also the scheme of the concept. What is GATS itself, and so the GATS high-level objectives and GATS function. And the last is the location of the aircraft in distress repository letter, LETR. This long time ago, I also involved in some discussion in COSPAS-SAR working group to formulate the capability or the technicalities of this GATS and letter. The first slide is about the first scope. I should mention the catalyst of disappearance of MS-370. I still remember when I arrived in KL and Subang to assist the SMC, a friend of mine, also Izar, to cope with some hindrances, some issues to accomplish the operations, search and rescue operations, due to the disappearance of MS-370. And the second case that triggered the CAT itself, the CAT implementation, is the Air France Flight 447. Those cases and some other cases also happen in Indonesia after this strategy in Malaysia. We have ASEA and so forth, and reveal the limitations, the technology, the air navigation system surveillance, but identifying time and locations of distress. And this also hindered our, as also we work for BASARNAS. I work for BASARNAS, so involved in many search and rescue operations. Become a challenge for us, a very hard challenge to find out the locations and also to define the set area, and finally to rescue the people or recover the rest of the aircraft. And so many accidents prior and after this event also triggered the IQ, inspire us to find out, to formulate certain systems that are very reliable for us to do search and rescue, and also tracking and tracing the aircraft during normal operations as well as the operation in distress. The effectiveness of alerting services of search and rescue must be enhanced by addressing several key improvements, one of which is development of implementation of the Global Aeronautical Distress Safety System, or GATS. This will show you later in following pages. You will know the parties that are involved in this implementation of GATS. The background itself start with the IQ measures to establish the first meeting on June 3rd, the 3rd of 2014, right after this big catastrophes. The first meeting established the ad hoc working group. This is just the scheme, the general scheme of the idea to enhance the capability of surveillance and tracking. Existing timeline for alerting service providers. There are two scenarios. The first scenario is while the aircraft in distress and able to recover and resume the flight. That's normal flight. And the second is the scenario B. After we find the issue on the aircraft does not recover, so it should be followed by search and rescue. You know, as the arrows shows the normal operations of the aircraft during normal operations. I think also we should know the location and some reporting on normal operations of this aircraft. And then also there is a transition from normal operations to the search and rescue, so distress situations. Start from the emergency phases, uncertainty phase, alert phase, and distress phase, or insert far, alert far, distress far, so forth. It belongs to the air traffic services also to provide information to BASARNAS or to SAR in general, sorry. And during these emergency phases, start from uncertainty phases, and uncertainty phase or insert far, we already, the search and rescue units already informed by the ATS unit on the situations we face for certain aircraft or flight. We start to alert our post, our resources to be ready for the operations. The alert phase and until the distress phase, we find out that the aircraft already in crash, for instance, or really in danger, immediate danger. So we search the area, locate the area, and we conduct search and we conduct rescue for the survivors and the victim in general. The accident site, we conduct many operations dealing with these matters, and also it becomes the search and rescue domain to finish it. And after that, we still have more to be done, including the accident site, to secure some important data, some important items that are very, very beneficial, very important for the investigation stage. We always work together with National Bureau for Investigation, and it is part of our work also to assist them during these operations. We provide them also some data for investigation, including sometimes we have to recover the black boxes PR, CPR, so they can accomplish the investigation with decent or proper data. And after this crash, also there is also possibility that the aircraft sank into water in the bottom of the seabed. We can still have to do with the wreckage to recover the recorders and submitted to the National Board for Safety and Investigation. This also includes some equipment that belong to search and rescue people, and as well as the National Investigation Board. Next, please. I'm sure we still have more slides. We'll make it fast. The global impact of these cuts will have impact both states and aviation industry. But in general, we can say two parties that are involved, but in more details, there are more parties involved, including the aircraft industry and also some operators that should be prepared before the implementation of the cuts. Several aircraft will require modification, standard operating procedure, and so forth, and will need to be updated, and regulation must be aligned with international standard. As shown on the page on the PowerPoint, that the aircraft tracking system is the first subsystem of the cuts. It will require position reporting during the normal and abnormal operation. It's also usually it must also for the operators, the air operators, to keep monitoring the movement of the aircraft during normal operation. There are several technologies and items should be prepared also by the air operators to fulfill this mandate or these applications. And the second is the autonomous distress tracking. The autonomous distress tracking is one with a tamper-proof precision reporting system. It's very important also for the aircraft equipped with this equipment. After they can be monitored through the normal flight, during and after ride, they got accident or in distress, you still got alarm or trigger. The search and rescue ATS unit and also the owner or the operator will find out that there is something wrong with the aircraft. So we install also the autonomous distress tracking or ATT, and also automatic deployable flight recorder is one that attaches also the aircraft that can be deployed itself, designed to float indefinitely and transmit the distress signals, especially if we work with SAR. The signal will be transmitted to the satellite, search and rescue satellite, and relayed to the local user terminal and processed in the mission coordination center and so forth as part of the search and rescue works to deal with these signals. The part also there is possibility that the operators, some other parties like ATS unit as well as the regulators will also get informed by a new system that will be implemented, the cuts proper information on the distress of the aircraft. The post-accident localizations is the next step. After the aircraft, let's say, crash, we can find also some items, some data taken from the equipment in board of the aircraft. Using many equipment, some of them are shipped with tow finger to find out the locations of black boxes, FDR, CPR, and and then the next one is how we can record the data from that equipment. And the procedures information management also, another works should be done by authorities and also the related parties. This is the right side of the right hand of the presentation shows the design, proposed design of the ADFR, right? And also ADFR and ALT. This is only draft of the design. This belongs to the from the factories of the manufacturers of the equipment to design more precisely the manner and install the aircraft. And then the next is the global aeronautical distress and safety system CATS. IQ has published the document 10165 manual on CATS. The first edition published in 2025, and it contains several chapters, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, including will be the general information of CATS, aircraft tracking, location, aircraft distress, post flight localization, alerts, search and rescue, flight recorded data, recovery, and so forth. Next, please. CATS is not a single equipment or tools or measures. This is the overarching name for set of standards and recommended practices and another provision by IQ. So if you figure out is complex, not only single small system or equipment that we can attach, we can put on board of the aircraft, but it is a holistic integrating approach of technology, procedures, and communication protocols. And also there is also it gives the standard also for personnel that manning this technology, these procedures, and communication protocols. The primary goal of the CATS is to ensure that aircraft in distress can be located timely and anywhere in the world, so that search and rescue operation can be begun immediately. The sooner we got the exact locations, before please, previous. The sooner we got the real position or to locate the distress site, the sooner we can conduct search and rescue and more life can be saved. Okay, that's the proposal of the search and rescue mission. Next, please. CATS high-level objective. We got 4 objectives of CATS. The first is assist in timely detection and subsequent tracking of the aircraft distress. It's mentioned also and shown on the graphics previously. And the second is assist in timely identification. Assist in timely identification, the accurate location and the flight. This is very important thing. And the crash site or the sometimes we know it based on the last detected locations or last contacted locations and so forth. But if we have a certain equipment or technology that can provide us more accurate position of the aircraft in distress, the final location, the search and rescue can be conducted more effectively and very quick and faster manner. And then assist the timely retrieval of flight recorded data. This is also very important for the investigation of the aircraft, as we are aware that the goals of the investigation is to prevent the next accident or the same accident and give more information to the many parties, including the aircraft operators and so forth, and also the authorities to prevent this accident. and take proper measures to cope with this issue. The last is enable timely and effective search and rescue operation, accident and investigation, as I mentioned before. So I said that this is very critical for search and rescue to get more accurate locations in a faster manner. The next, please. How many minutes do we have now? It's okay. We still have 100 something pages to be delivered. The CATS function, the multi-layered approach to safety. CATS is built on four components that cover the full life cycle of potential accident. This is also shown in previous chapter, previous pages. Is aircraft tracking. It means it is for normal operations. So when the normal operation and what information you got is the regular position and report from the aircraft, especially operated by the system monitored and operated by the air operators. And the core is this situational awareness, and the reference itself is the Annex 6. And the pillar 2 of the CATS is the ATT. ATT used when in flight, the flight is in distress. In distress event, so automatically the ATT will trigger all parties and alert them that the aircraft is in distress. The automatic high frequency location broadcast and the cool is the immediate notification, as also we discussed before, that the sooner we got the information, the better search and rescue result. And the pillar number 3, the post-flight localization, and after distress or after loss of contacts, we can get the accurate location of the wreckage of the aircraft, and the rapid identification needed after the accident, and to spot time search and rescue operation. This is also a very important source for search and rescue intelligence. You know that we got many information, not only based on one single system, but many parties, many systems can contribute information important for search and rescue. And this one is also the CATS implementation will enhance our capacity to get more accurate and very swift, quick information on that situation. And the objective was search and rescue intelligence itself is to reduce this area. The final objective was the reducing of the search area is to find the targets, and the final goal is to saving life. This is the end of the search and rescue objectives. And then pillar 4 is flight data recovery. When it used post-accident investigation, the National Board for Investigation usually work together with us to get this post-accident data, and the content is the objective is the secure retrieval and transmission of flight data. The goal is ensure availability of critical flight data to spot accident investigation, or refer to the Annex 6, the same part 1, and different sub-part for its pillars. Next, please. The aircraft tracking function of the CATS provide the 40-15, we call it that. 40 information include including the latitude, longitude, altitude, and time for the position of distress, and reporting with interval of 15 minutes or less. This is maximum 15 minutes that we got updated position or updated transmission from this aircraft tracking recommended in all areas and operation required in oceanic areas. So everywhere we can detect it, we can cut the update signal from aircraft tracking. The IQ recommended it from 2018 for larger airplanes flying over oceanic areas. Aircraft operator, we can read all the mandates by IQ, all mandate in 2018. Aircraft operators shall track their aeroplanes using 4015, including latitude, longitude, altitude, and time with interval of 15 minutes. IQ also recommended this tracking in all other areas. I will show you also some pages later on the technicality of this system. The exception, flight already tracked by ETS surveillance such as ATSC. This is using commercial one. At least every 15 minutes, they shall get the update of the transmission of the aircraft tracking. Various service providers now in use in market. You can find any AT or in the specific we got it as LTT. Okay. SAR benefit, the increase of the reporting frequency, a significant reduction for such area. This is the several time we discussed already. And the next, please. This is the example of the ATT system of review. There are two high-level functions. The first is to receive timely notice of airplane in distress condition to facilitate timely search and rescue operation. And the second is to locate an accident site with high probability of after crash based on LKP of the aircraft. The ATT function help flight crews, operators, ATSU or ATS unit, we call it ATS, Air Traffic Services Unit, and SAR authorities to quickly identify and respond the airplanes that are in distress accurately, and also we can capable to deploy search and rescue resources accurately. This is during the normal flight, the normal operations. The aircraft detected and monitored by the operators due to the air traffic tracking system, autonomous tracking system, and then during the abnormal flight, it will also give the 40 variable reporting times during the abnormalities of the flight and the distress itself. And there is more data you should get from this system using more frequent time of transmission. For instance, this is the 1 minute or less, but some equipment also already shows the capability to transmit the intelligent transmission, maybe less than 1 minute. And then the post-flight localization recovery is the final activities. The next, please. The autonomous tracking or ATV enhanced in-flight alerting tracking globally and IQ standard. This is mandatory for larger aircraft. And the aircraft with maximum certificate takeoff mass over 27 kg or 27 tons. And this is the standard from the ICAO, but the recommendation itself is for the aircraft with takeoff mass over 5,700 kg, for which this individual certificate of the airworthiness issued on and after 1st of January 2024. This is the standard and recommendation from the ICAO. And also this figure shows us how we install this equipment. Next, please. And the ATV, and if you confuse with the ALT-TT and ATT, the TT is a broader picture of the autonomous distress taking, but the ALT itself is part of the ATT. To support the ATT system, we can install also ALT-TT as part of the system or subsystem of the ATT. So sometimes we confuse or put system or equipment. Next, please. The autonomous distress taking, and the example of the automatic triggers can be caused by the unusual attitude, too high or too low. The equipment will be activated or active by itself. And then the unusual speed also, if the increase or the reduce of the speed, the total loss of thrust, propulsion of the engines, collision with train, this also can cause the triggers, the ATT to be active. Can also be manually activated by the pilots. So if the pilot considers that he has to activate the equipment, the ATT. ATT unit independently powered and non-accessible in flight. So it's not part of the power that they supported by the aircraft. This is independent power owned by the equipment itself. Pilot cannot deactivate and automatically trigger an automatically trigger event. So pilot cannot deactivate this equipment in purpose. Next. This is the LTTT example when we can conduct monitoring on our MCC. We got more information of the alert from, for instance, the first picture is from somewhere in Malaysia near KL. I suppose also in Vietnam near the Tonkin Gulf, also India near Himalaya, and then France also. We got the information from France mainland, and then the Philippines, north of Philippines, almost very close to Taiwan. We got also the distress signal received from that locations. And the Turkey itself, the last is Turkey. This is the example of the detection of this ELTTT alert. Next, please. The LTTT's force activation, the international effort underway to address these matters, this issue, Pusat working group established, as also we deal with this issue during the first generation beacon FGP. The LTTT also the same problem. There are also false activation or false distress of this equipment. So the Pusat has taken several measures to formulate and also to cope with this issue. Early analysis, around 50% of the automatic and 50% manual activation. So for the automatic one can be caused by the shock of the aircraft movement and so forth. Sometimes dealing with the electric technicality of the equipment and manual activation. Usually we got the activation from the LTTTs during the training or during the maintenance of the aircraft, we got more distress signal from the LTTV, and it's quite extra work for search and rescue on the MCC to make sure there's nothing wrong with the aircraft, and we resume the operations if something wrong really. So it's not false, it's through distress signal, we resume the operations with search and rescue operations. Because not yet clear, the possibility is maintenance or flight crew, as I mentioned, the the operator manual procedure incorrect is common also. The weight of wheels requirement not implemented correctly, installation error, and the training itself. The training itself, as the one that look after the MCC LUT, we got notifications from the parties that we want to conduct the training and exercises. So we properly acknowledge of this information, so we can also distribute the information to post-processor communities. The activation office to pilot a COVID switches, light, aural indicators. This can also be done. Please. And design specification require very low false activation rate, installation and operation issues more likely. This is because it's quite new technology. There is some issue also in technicality of the installations of and operations of the LTTT. The critical for education and aviation industry stakeholders to avoid false alert. As we also aware that you are very busy during the first second generation is FGP. We got a lot of false alert. Almost, I think it's almost 100% of the alert is false alert. So we're very busy to make sure to monitor, to check that whether it is real distress or not. But still, using LTTT, we still have homework to educate the aviation industry, in particular, and stakeholders involved to avoid false alert. This is the graphic of number of the false alert, and dated on 1st of January until 31st of January 2024. Next, please. Post-flight localization and recovery, the improvement in recovery of flight and cockpit recorded data for incident investigation purpose. Would you please remind me if the time is up? Okay. The benefit of SAR for distress site location, especially of maritime areas, include the extended duration of underwater locator beacon until 90 days. The possible option, we got the automatic deployable flight recorder or TFR, and continuous in-flight record data streaming. Small capacity, more power. We install this equipment, so more longer duration. We got the future challenge of search and rescue is no longer but locating itself, but where the aircraft are, but about ensuring rapid coordination and timely deployment. There is as usual, there is a panic during the early stage of search and rescue operation. Many parties informed and to get informed these situations, so it become a real issue for us to make them aware as we work with the MCC, LUT, and also the SRR. We get the information quickly, but for the operators, also the ATS unit, sometimes we got also information from the ATS unit, but we also, after the crash, after the distress phase, we inform them also the exact location, until situations we face during this distress. And after that, we can establish the plan, we can make plan for the deployment of the assets. Next, please. the ATFR deploys automatically in case of significant structural deformation or weather submission. So it can cause by the structural deformation of the aircraft and also the submission when the aircraft already sink in water and designed to float. So it deploys automatically and crash protected memory module containing recorded cockpit voice and flight data. This is well protected and integrated 406 MHz ELT with strobe light. So there is strobe light also. This is 406. We use the same frequency as the first generation beacon, and then addresses a gap where this aircraft in the past have sunk with their black boxes and fixed ELT. Yeah, so sometimes there is an issue for us since the ELT already broken. We cannot find the real location quickly since the ELT cannot transmit anymore any distress signal. The tracking of floating ATFR ELT also help RCCs calculate the current locations, the drift calculations of this target. Usually, we use several applications or modules based on the YAMSA manual to calculate and define search and rescue based on the movement of the drift. And then this is the pictures how we install the ATFR, and part of the aircraft and CVTR in the cockpit of the aircraft, and also the design of ATFR, and also equipped with the protected with aerofoil, so designed indefinitely transmit location in water. And the next, please. There are a lot of questions dealing with this matters, this page, the locations of the aircraft in distress or the repository or later. The locations of aircraft in distress repository or later serve as central locations for storing, accessing, and the last known position of the aircraft in distress. The system also will provide a single point of access the operational users registered in the operation control application. And the further details of this system will be discussed later in the subsequent pages. The next, please. The entity device communication part during the after we got the information that the aircraft already in distress, this possible those signals will be sent to entity service provider, and the entity service provider is also will send the signal, the information to aircraft operator, to later, and the later itself will distribute to many parties, including the attached unit under the RCC. But in terms of some RCC has certain same buildings or rooms, this will be very quick RCC to get more information on the distress. Yes, of course, will be provided information from the letter, but mostly we got the information from our LUT and MCC directly before it is send it from the LUT MCC to MCC to letter. So it's very useful shortcut for us to get more information. Of course, using the letter, more parties will be involved and get informed on this situation. Next, please. this is the same also. The difference is the MCCs. Some MCC also have the SPOC SAR point of contact that belongs to different authorities or different states that will be also informed by the MCC. And the SPOC is dependent on the MCC, not by the letter. Then SPOC itself will deploy their assets as they are to contact RCC to deploy the asset. Next, please. This is the later phases of the registration, stages of the registration. The first is nominate the single focal point user. It can be from government sites, from private sectors, the operators of the aircraft, the test unit, or whatever that are relevant to this informations. You nominate the single focal point and sending the informations to the trafficking at iq.international. Usually it takes time because the IQ itself have to be confirmed of the correct or the relevant focal point for that entities. In the IQ data network, DNA registration, authentication is provided using DNA platform. This is the address of the website. Therefore, the access the system, all users, including focal point and additional authorities users, must be request DNA con, and you have to be very patient for it. And of course, some countries and operators also have some account and the focal point for their entity for their organization and agency. The access to the directory of the letter, the registration is limited to authorized person only that are proposed by the focal point, and sometimes the entities have several accounts to be able to access the directory of letter. Next, please. This is the picture of menu provided by this application, the letter menu. Start from the letter. Also, there is some event map and event story, history, operation control, and so forth. And if you already registered, you can find this menu and work based on the manual. Next, please. And you know the Indonesian and the right top right, the right above side, there is also Indonesia Rescue Coordination Center as one of the account. This is already approved by the RKO, confirmed. So we register some accounts also to get info of the and more information from using this information from the letter. Including in the headquarters of BASARNAS, the RCC itself and MCC, and also the SAR offices that serves as the Rescue Sub-Coordination Center. We have 45 offices that are already registered to use this account. Next, please. This is also the following, this example of the letter pages, the example of the several users account or the contact points of the application. Next, please. The real example of the distress monitoring it happens between Turkey FIR or Turkey SAR, and the aircraft moved to the from Istanbul side to Ankara side, and then moved to Cyprus, and then to the Egypt, and then ended up at the Jeddah, I suppose, or near Mecca, Saudi Arabia. This is the process of monitoring. Okay, next, please. We come to the end of this presentation, the conclusion. The CAT is established global integrated framework. Sure, it is. And effective implementation need strong coordination between related agencies and parties. Technologies such as many technologies involved ATT, LT later is very confusing, but I'm sure when you have this equipment in place, you find out the differences. And operational readiness, including updated procedures, trained personnel, and system integration. And the most of it is the commitment of all stakeholders, both the private and government. Thank you. No applause.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barugna, for your informative presentations. I would like to inform you that in the chat box, we are already uploading the registration to the registration. So you can also check to the chat box, and you can also get the material of this workshop. We provide the link to the material, and you can also register in the application. And we need feedback from you for this workshop, so you can fill the feedback to this workshop.
Thank you.
We now proceed to our next sessions on GADSS operations and the actions required by the various stakeholders. So to continue from the session 2, still talking about the GADSS, and this presentation will highlight the importance of shared responsibility among regulators, operators, ATS providers, and rescue agencies. May I invite our speaker once again with the one and only Mr. Muhammad Barugna Hola. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Pak Yopi. I hope you're not getting bored with my presentations. Again, ladies and gentlemen, my second presentation will be dealing with the continuations of the previous presentation on the cards operational by the stakeholders. Presented by BASARNAS, for instance, of course, in behalf of our communities and rescue communities in the ASEAN member states. I think we have many things common. So I would like to share the ideas and discuss the operational side of cards by stakeholders. Next, please. First, this is the scope of the presentation. Starting regional entity readiness, and then aircraft tracking action by airline operator, including action in the event of missed precision report, resetting 4015 after missed precision report, and state responsibilities, and ATT or autonomous distress tracking processes and procedures by the airline or air traffic services unit, and the rescue coordination center or RCC. And after that, as the final part of this presentation, post-flight localization and recovery processes and procedure by airline operator, ATSU, traffic units, RCC, and of course the investigation agency. Next, please. We found the majority cap is low procedural and operational readiness of the in Asia Pacific. We are talking about the region of Asia Pacific, and there are a cap of low procedural and operational readiness. As we know that we have a lot to be prepared, including some regulations, some standards that are set by its country, also the regional level. The training needed, intense training required for search and rescue, ATS and flight dispatchers. Training also become an issue for us because the new capacity or the capability, a new instrument installed, it means that we have to also prepare with the regulations and the measures to enforce this regulation. We just discussed it about the enforcement is something else, not only formulating the regulations, but there is also extra application for us as the government side or the regulators of this system to provide the oversee monitoring and so forth, or the enhancement, the enforcements of these regulations. The actual alignment, the alternate for document 10165 harmonization is you can read and the below part, the bottom part of this presentation, then that some A incorporate entity constitution and procedures manual for safety of site and so forth, and train relevant personnel to understand entity. There's also, we discussed in previous presentations, the meaning of the entity itself, not only training for the agencies from the government, but also the private sectors that really operating or monitoring this equipment need the training too. Next, please. And aircraft tracking airline operators. There's the first one is the regulatory compliance, establishing tracking. This is applications. We have the larger aircraft to establish tracking based on Annex 6 standard 3.5.1 across the all AOC defined areas. This is must also for large aircraft, as we discussed before, of 27,000 kg. The personnel competency, the second, is the trained personnel and policies, processes, and procedure. Again, personnel, I think very important, the utmost part of this successful implementations of the system. We prepared with the equipment, we prepared with the SOP, we prepared with the technology, but the personnel is to train many people, many parties, many organizations that are involved with different understanding. So it needs common understanding for both of them to understand fully about their functions for its entirety. And then the validate readiness prior to implementation. We have to make sure that the all parties are ready to implement the system, conduct internal exercise and trial. For instance, we start with the limited coordination with the ATS unit and the air operator. We have a visit and they visited us, and we have set up the common or joint SOP during the distress and from the distress of information based on the aircraft tracking. This is very important. The abnormal event, this is still by the airline operator. Verify aircraft experiencing abnormal condition immediately. This is still must for the aircraft operators to verify the aircraft whether this is still in normal operations or in distress. The ATS notification, ensure the notification. So the operator of this ATT or aircraft tracking should notify the ATS unit in terms of something wrong with the aircraft. They got the distress signal or confirm that the aircraft really have an distress. So we pass the information to ATS unit. And as the final, also the RCC also have to be notified as the search and rescue conducted by the RCC, and the RCC have to have the RCCs have to have the proper informations that are very accurate, so we can conduct the search and rescue operation with a better result. Next, please. The action in the event of the mispossession. You know from the block, the boxes, so the arrows and the circles on the ovals, we know it starts from the operator actions, the operator of the aircraft that monitor the system, the aircraft tracking. The operator conduct checks, attempt to successful. If it is successful and we find out that he or she finds out that the aircraft still in normal operations, so it's okay. But it's not, so the arrow goes to the bottom part of the presentation. The next, you have to inform the attached unit operators. And then the attached unit also conduct checks and attempt to contact the aircraft. If it is okay, back to the green one, the box with green one. But if it is not successful, so it should be followed by the next measures. Should be the search and rescue work. The misreport action, including the verification of system integrity, attempts to establish communication, contacting the appropriate air traffic services unit. This is to be done by the operators of the TT of the aircraft operator. Next, please. This is the example, the tracking system from the somewhere near Chennai to the Port Blair, the Penggal Penggal Bay. There is a possibility in the aircraft missed the position report. Missed the position and report we saw the attached unit contact to establish, but keep contacting again, and then after we got the informations that already updated position of the aircraft. So next report expected. So we've quite sure that the aircraft is in normal, nothing wrong with the aircraft, normal operations. Next, please. The state's responsibility for search and rescue. I think this is it belongs to the state responsibility, and also the regulators of the each of our TCA. The state of operator must ensure the operator compliance with Annex 6 tracking standard as responsible for oversight entity. This is still done by the operators. You have to be comply to the Annex 6 tracking standard, and as the responsible oversight entity. And technology also, you have to follow the standard of the technology, verify the relevant tracking place. That now we have many kind of tracking system in the market, but it should be follow the standard document 8168. And the variation of review rates is also required by the operators. Request a tracking, even operator requests a tracking variation, the state assessment process to determine eligibility. This is the state of responsibilities for both, I think, the regulators and also the operators. Next, please. The autonomous distress tracking, or ITT, the operator and traffic service, as well as the RCC process and procedures. The operator process standard starts upon receiving notification. This is obtained by the operators of the airport, the the aircraft. And then operators must be contact the appropriate YATSU, the air traffic unit, when there is reason to believe that the aircraft is in distress, using the ops control directory, and then the understanding sequence of the event before and after the test unit, emergency for identification and distress situation. Then the next is the operator's action to identify potential complement air traffic unit flight crew responsibility, blah, 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 according to the annex. This one will start from Annex 2, Annex 6, Annex 11. This is a common standard for us, whether we implement this ATT or before, we got almost the same procedures and process that involving the operators, the aircraft operators, the ATS unit, and search and rescue unit or RCC. From in-server or uncertainty phase to alert phase, alert phase, and distress phase or distress phase. Next, please. The operator process and procedure. The first is validation. Validation whether the assigned qualified personnel, as we discussed before, that the personnel also have to get the proper training for this work or this monitoring job. This notification also determine the aircraft status, use ATT or letter without delay. Is the first chance you have to contact or inform the ATS unit, and delaying automatic transmission is prohibited. So if you delay to send the message to the ATS unit, it seems there is a delay also for the next step, including from the ATS unit or done by the RCC or search and rescue. The contingency, the activate emergency procedures when distress is confirmed, maintain the ATS unit RCC link. You keep monitoring them, coordinating with them, and updating the situation. You also get the update of the situation from both agencies. Data availability, the position of available to identify organization, letters, decree mechanism. This one is the using the letter. There is more availability for that data for many parties, not only sent to distributed to the one or two agencies, but more parties involved, including the operator, and also the regulators, the ATS unit, and search and rescue. Next, please. The ATT, the operator and traffic service unit, rescue coordination center process and procedures. We still have 92 pages. Yeah? That's okay. We make it very quick. Okay. The air traffic service unit processes and procedures. You can find out and detailed procedures of this processes and procedures from number 1 to number 5, including the involving the ground segment and also satellite or space segment of this system. Next, please. The rescue coordination center process and procedures. The first, the alerting process start from we can start from alerting process from the RCC will not fundamentally change the implementation of ATT. From the notification, first one notified the distress event, the RCC will initiate without any delay, will initiate action as required by Annex 12, and then alerting process. We carry on with the alerting process. The RCC and ATS unit coordination is very intensive coordination between RCC and ATS unit, sometimes the RTC and ATC or ATS unit with RCC share the same room. So to make it very quick coordination and precise data from both sides, and also accommodate data from the operators. But also there is possibility that inter-RCC coordination across the SAR, as we we had exercise also with different RCCs, including Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia. We exercise the coordination between RCCs, among RCCs, and there is very possible during the real operations. And the emergency phase information sharing, also we distribute the information, the emergency phase to many parties. So this is the circle on the procedures of the processes and procedures done by the RCC and or involving RCC. But as the base of the information says, the RCC usually got the information from ATS unit. But in some cases, like in some RCC, since they look after also, they cater the MCC and LUT, they got also more information on the distress based on the distress information shared by the MCC. So for the RCC that are catering the MCC LUT, no more delay. We don't have to wait for the information from the letter directly from our equipment or system in place. We got the very quick information. Next, please. Next. Operator process and procedures, the same provisions of Annex Search and Rescue, about Search and Rescue, Annex 12. The operations should be developed jointly with representative of operators, other public-private services. Usually during the big operations, aircraft, especially aircraft accident, we invite many parties to gather. They send their LOs in operation room to assist our operations and to help coordinate with their own agencies or organizations. The operators should be ready to provide any support needed by SAR services. And in addition, the operators shall be informed. So this later implementation may enable many agencies, various different organizations that get involved and get informed properly. Next, please. This is this example of the procedures, the pictures done by particular RCC. I think this is it in Africa? No, in BASARNAS. Next, please. Time is up, but I still invite you to look at the pages and the rest of the pages from this initial phase of the post-flight localization recovery until the recovery itself. Next, please. The conclusion itself is this is the page the I like most. The final, the conclusion, strong coordination of roles, and then the critic. Of course, the strong coordination we need both amongst the parties involved, and they understand their roles. And critical detection response is very important also, very significant in supporting the success of the search and rescue operation. Enhance situational awareness, the continuous information updated every time, so make it very quick decision making. And operational preparedness also. This is the operator of procedure training, operational readiness, essential, of course. And of course, it will be ready for the implementation of this system. The most of it, the utmost is the human collaboration beyond technology, as we discussed in the previous presentation. Human is a very important person, very important party, and that they have the key of the success of this system implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Barokna Haula, for your presentations. We have already passed the 3 sessions of this workshop. There are 2 more sessions, but if you have any questions about the presentations, please send it in the chat box. We need your name, your organization, also your country. Then we will gather your questions. Then we will deliver it to the speakers. So if you have any question, please upload it in the chat box. Now we move to the session 4, focusing on the ATS alerting and emergency procedures. This topic is essential in ensuring timely recognition of the emergencies and immediate activation of search and rescue mechanism. May I now invite the next speaker from the Malaysia, Encik Manifanan. Encik, the time is yours.
Okay, good morning. Salam sejahtera and very good morning to my fellow distinguished speakers, Bapak Barokna from BASARNAS, Mr. Muhammad Hafiz from CS Singapore, and our handsome moderator which is seated beside me, Bapak Yopi from BASARNAS, and as well to all the participants from the air navigation service providers, from the airline operators, search and rescue authorities, agencies, and our dear colleagues from the ASEAN states community. It's my pleasure now to share a topic on the ATS alerting and emergency procedures. So we will wait for a while for the slide to be shown. Okay, next. Next. Okay, the scope, right? So in this session, I've been given about 20 minutes, 20 to 15 minutes. So I will make it short, all right? And I'm more focused on the scenario. So the scope of this, my presentation is on the alerting services and what's the role by air traffic services, aircraft operator, and search and rescue coordination center. So for your kind information, these are the 3 important stakeholders that is relevant in the implementation of GATS itself, right? And also on the alerting services. And next, moving forward, will be on the recognition of abnormal and distress situation, and cancellation, emergency phases, and how we declare, doing the declaration, cancellation of emergency phases, and I will also provide some scenarios, so that for easy understanding for all the participants, and end it with the summary. Next. Okay. At the end of the session, participants should be able to understand ATS operator RCC role in alerting service, recognize abnormal and distress situation, apply IQ emergency phases in operation, and understand the SAR alerting flow. Next. Right. So what is about on the alerting service, right? So alerting service is defined under the IQ Annex 11 as a service to notify appropriate organization regarding aircraft in need of search and rescue aid and to assist such organization as required. When it's provided, it is provided to all aircraft that is under the control of air traffic, which is air traffic control services. And as far as practicable, to all aircraft that has filed the flight plan or that is known to air traffic services. It is also applies to situation involving unlawful interference, and it requires active monitoring. It is not a passive function. It requires active monitoring, decision-making, and timely communication between relevant and sometimes multiple parties. Why multiple parties? Because you will need to do verification before you escalate
on the declaration of emergency phases or escalate the emergency phases, right? And what we need to understand is timely alerting leads to effective coordination and ultimately saves lives. And I believe everyone from the participants can agree to this. And next. Right. So this is the role for the air traffic services. What is the role for air traffic services in providing alerting service? As per slide. So as you can see, air traffic any abnormal situation through radar monitoring or any surveillance inputs, communication, and the flight progress. Once any abnormal situation is identified, ATS unit must assess the situation and determine whether an emergency phase should be declared. Right? I will touch on the emergency phases later part on this slide. It is also responsible for notifying the RCC, and this is very critical. When you notify RCC, then any initiation of SAR can be executed. So effectively, as you can see from this slide, ATSU or air traffic controllers plays a very critical role in triggering the SAR response. Right. Next. Moving forward, the next slide highlights on the aircraft operator and RCC role in providing alerting services. Okay, as I have briefed on the ATS role, we can agree that while ATS initiate the process, aircraft operator and RCC plays a very equal and important role. Aircraft operator provides operation insights, which is flight position data, establish communication with the aircraft for verification, right? Without verification, we don't know whether it is a false alert or it is a real alert, right? And also technical and the operation context. Why this is important? Because some of this info, the RCC or the SAR authorities, we don't have this information. So we require require assistance from the relevant aircraft operators to provide this information. Now, the RCC will take over as a central coordinating authority for the SAR operation, and RCC will evaluate the situation and determine the level of SAR responses required and coordinate resources such as aircraft, vessel, and rescue team based on the determined search area or which is identified as the last known position. So in simple terms, for these two slides, right, we can conclude that ATS detects an alert, operators, the airline operators, aircraft operators, they validate this distress alert, and the RCC coordinates the SAR operation. So all these stakeholders plays very critical and vital roles for each other, right? Next. Recognition of abnormal and distress situation. Okay. The effectiveness of alerting depends on early recognition. ATS role, ATS must be able to identify abnormal situations such as loss of communication, missed reporting points, and deviation from assigned route and altitude. This is very common because ATC will always monitors all the flights within the area of responsibility. And for instance, emergency messages that's been transmitted by the pilot, such as Mayday or PAN, these are real indicators the pilots of the craft is having an emergency. When you receive these distress messages, so you should act, the air traffic controller should act accordingly. You must acknowledge the emergency distress call, right? And then declare the emergency phases as been stipulated in the Annex 11 or any civil aviation regulations. For ADT activation, all right, for ADT activation, the designated ATSU, aircraft operator, and RCC registered in the IQ control ops will receive radar notification or distress event, right? As you know, for all of us, from the SAR, from the ATSU, and also from the airline operators, all of us have registered in the IQ control in the LADA, right? So when you register in the IQ control directory, you will receive a LADA notification. For any ELTDT or ADT equipment that has been activated, you will receive this LADA notification. Once you receive the LADA notification by your respective email address, you should log into it, and from there you will able to know where's the exact location. Because when an ADT device been activated, this equipment will transmit the location for each minute. For each minute, basically, it's like a flight radar tracker, right? So you will know the progress of this aircraft towards the last known position, and from this, you will have a better awareness situation of the current state of the flights. Next. Okay. Next. This is okay. Initiation of SAR alerting process. And as you can see, this is the flow chart of the progression of any alerting action. So once an abnormal situation is detected, ATS will follow this as very structured process. First, the attempt of communication with the aircraft using any available means, right? Maybe we will use a chat or via chat, right? And second, coordinate with the relevant or adjacent ATS unit to check if the aircraft is in contact elsewhere. This is very critical if the aircraft is moving towards a different FIR, right? So you should check with your neighboring ATS unit to verify the condition of the flights. And third, upon evaluate all the information, including the flight plan and operator inputs, so you should declare the appropriate emergency phases. And this information should be passed upon to the RCC so that they will be able to initiate SAR responses according to the emergency phases that have been declared. Okay, I want to highlight that this action should not take in parallel, is not in a sequential order, right? It can be in parallel form. So which means, which is critical, the action should be taken upon. So that the most important thing is verification should be done as soon as possible, and at the same time, emergency phase is declared so that the relevant parties should know there's an incident or emergency that is occurring at the particular time. Next, getting the emergency phases. Based on the IQ documents, IQ defines 3 emergency phases as been highlighted in the slide on the INSAFAR, alert FAR, and distress FAR. INSAFAR is for uncertainty phase, which is for uncertainty exists regarding safety of the flights. Alert FAR for alert phase, where is concern exists regarding the safety of the aircraft, and distress FAR, aircraft is threatened by the grave and imminent danger and require immediate assistance, right? And I believe all of us from the ATS unit, there's a challenge here, because when we need to decide to declaring these emergency phases, and also when we need to decide to escalate from INSAFAR, alert FAR, or distress FAR. So this is very important because you should know the situation that is happening for the particular aircraft, and any upgrades, you can declare the emergency phases not only starting from INSAFAR, it can start with alert FAR or distress FAR. For instance, if a medic call, you will start with distress FAR straight away. You won't start with INSAFAR because this medic call is actually the aircraft is already threatened by a grave and imminent danger. So ATSU unit should declare distress FAR. Vice versa, like a pen call. So alert FAR should be activated, should be declared. And according to the progress of the flight, you should upgrade to distress FAR if the situation warrants. And if the situation subsidized, so we cancel the emergency phases, right? I believe all the speakers should concur with this. Okay, next. Okay. Next, on the importance of the timely declaration. Okay, this is very important. Why? Without a timely declaration, any SAR response won't be an effective one. Early detection declaration allows the SAR units to be placed or on standby or deployed earlier, right? As you know, the deployment of any SRU, depending on the basis and also from the last known position of the aircraft or the LKP. So this all takes time for the response time. So if you declare early, so the RCC or RSC, MRCC or MRSC, they can coordinate with the respective agencies, agencies, to stand by the aircraft or vessel or ground troop, and we can deploy it accordingly. On the other hand, for delayed declaration increases the search area significantly and reduce the survival probability. So, is there any questions at the moment? So I believe there's none in the chat box. So thank you so much. So all of you understand my presentation. Okay. So we wait for the slides to be bring it up. Di belakang.
Next.
Before. Okay, right. So the next slide is regarding on the cancellation of emergency phases, right? So once you declare any emergency phases, that emergency phases can be cancelled, That is why IQ states that from recommendation from the IQ, you can declare emergency phases even though you, while you are doing the verification, because to do a verification, it will take some time, right? So if you already have a certain information that is verified so that it can be declared in SAFA or LAFA, please do so. And then do the necessary action and then inform the respective RCC or MRCC for the initiation of SAR response. Now, once any emergency phase, it can be cancelled by the respective ATSU, when you cancel it. So when you already locate the aircraft and the confirm safe. So if an aircraft has been declared as a LAFA, now, then aircraft pilots inform that they are in ops normal. So the respective ATSU, right, you can able to cancel the LAFA because the aircraft is already in a safe operation mode, right? So there's no harm in declaring emergency phases because it's very vital so that we declare as soon as possible so the responsive of the next agency or the next authority can be taken properly, right? And then communication is restored, aircraft lands safely, right? So this decision must be coordinated with the respective RCC. Why? Because the RCC, if you are not informing the RCC will be in their mind, the RCC personnel, they might launch the aircraft, the SRU, right? So when they launch the SRU, the respective SRU is actually a waste of resources. It's a waste of resources, right? And the ATSU shall inform the RCC and all the concerned agencies. Okay, next. Now, I'm coming to the on the scenario, right? I believe we enough on the theoretical part, right? So this is the scenario. So we have a scenario 1 on the ADT activation, right? As presented by the earlier speaker by Mr. Barokna. So we are this workshop focusing more on the gas element and also the ADT activation. For your kind information, there's no differences of Annex 11 alerting services based on this gas implementation. There's no changes, right? The GATS implementation or ADT activation, when you receive a LiDAR notification, is actually an additional information so that you will able to know there's a emergency is occurring at the moment. Now, for scenario one, an aircraft cruising at flight level 350 experiences severe turbulence, resulting in abnormal altitude and rapid descent for several seconds. The onboard ADT system detects abnormal flight parameters and activates automatically. So within seconds, because there's a triggeration element, right? So the flight is not safe, abnormal flight parameters, the ADT will begin transmitting position every minute, all right? The equipment itself. So this data will be available in the radar, all right? So when it's available in the radar, so the system will send emails to the respective ATSU, the respective RCC, and to the airline operator, right? So the ATSU and RCC is depending on the location of the distress, whether it's on the FIR or on the search and rescue region, all right? And radar contact remains normal. Now, so what is the action? For the ATSU, they will observe the aircraft in radar, right? So bear in mind, these actions, the action by each of the stakeholders is actually in tandem. It's not after one each other. It's actually each of us will be receiving this information, right? For ATSU, you will observe the flight in the radar. So for sure, so you will establish communication with the craft because the craft is rapidly descending. For sure, the air traffic controller will check with the flight. And once the pilot confirms that it's off normal, right, there's no requirement for you to declare the emergency phases. At the same time, the respective watch managers or ATCC will receive the radar notification, right? The radar notification, it won't go to the air traffic controllers that is duty on the operational. It will go to the watch managers. So the responsibility of the watch managers, right, of the respective ATCC, they should log into the radar and then get the information. So you can treat it as an awareness because the flight is already back to ops normal, right? So when it's back to ops normal, there's no requirement for the emergency phase to be declared, And this event should be recorded accordingly by the established procedure by the respective NSP services, all right? Okay, how about the aircraft operator? For the aircraft operator or their OCC, you will receive the ADT activation by the radar notification. And for sure, you'll be doing the aircraft tracking, all right? And then you monitor the aircraft position in the radar, should be able and contact the flight crew. Once you receive in the radar information, right, you should contact the flight crew. The methods depends on the airline's operator. It can be via aircraft or voice communication, all right? So based on the flight crew information, the feedback, it was a temporary loss of the control due to turbulence and aircraft have recovered and continue on the flight. Now, so as aircraft operator, they should inform the ATSU. But bear in mind, based on this scenario, right, this incident occurs within a radar environment or surveillance environment, all right? So the responsibility lies with the ATSU to do the verification. If the aircraft or the incident occurs beyond radar coverage, beyond surveillance, which means you have the aircraft tracking and you have the 15 minutes reporting position, more than the 15 minutes reporting position, the responsibility lies with the airline operator. You should come back and then inform the respective ATSU, right? And how about for the RCC? We will receive the ADT activation through the radar notification, but at the same time, we also will receive from the Kota side if the ADT equipment is an ELTDT. So bear in mind, for RCC or the RCC, you will receiving two notifications subject to the ADT equipment. One is from the radar and one is from the Kota side. All right. Now, next, then you can, when you receive that, you should confirm the flight status from the ATSU and also from the airline operator. So because the aircraft have already recovered, so there's no emergency being declared. So there's no SAR activation that is being required. I hope everybody understand on this first scenario because this is very critical. You only have these things, right? So the next one, scenario number 2. Scenario number 2, this is regarding for a confirmed distress, whereby a SAR activation or SAR action it is required by the state. Now, the scenario is an aircraft cruising at flight level 390 over an oceanic area, experience a total loss of engine power. Aircraft begins uncontrolled descent. The onboard ADT system operates. So within seconds, ADT transmit position in 1 minute intervals, position data available in Daerah, and Mayday transmission is received. There's no surveillance, no radar coverage, right? So when there's no radar coverage, the responsibility purely to the aircraft operator. But at the same time, also ATSU received this information whereby the pilot declared the Mayday call. So we started off with the airline operator. So airline operator will receive the ADT activation notification and then monitors the radar and attempt to call. Now, so there's it's a real incident after confirmation, after the validation. So you treat as a real and then should be informed to the respective ATSU. What if the airline operator, you can't contact the flight crew? So if you can't verify it's a false regression, that distress alert should be treated as a real until it's been verified by the airline operator. All right. So you should treat as a real and then notify to the respective ATSU, right? And at the same time also, it is your responsibility to provide the available operation and also technical information to the respective ATSU and also to the RCC. For ATSU, the air traffic controllers, once receive the Mayday transmission, right, it should acknowledge the Mayday transmission and attempt communication with the aircraft and acquire additional information from the pilot, right? The ATCC also will receive the ADT activation, radar notification, and you need to check the updates. So it is a Mayday transmission, so you should declare the distress far, all right? Don't wait to declare the distress far up to you checking up with the radar or everything, all right? Because it is a Mayday call, so it should be declared as soon as possible, right? It is not after verification with the radar. This is very critical. And then notify the respective RCC and record accordingly as established procedures. For RCC, when you will receive this information from the radar and also from the scope asset. Same, confirm with the respective ATSU and also aircraft operator on the status of the flight. Once receive confirmation from the ATSU that the flight has been declared as a distress far, so you should initiate the SAR response, right? But at the same time, the respective RCC, you should log into the radar to acquire latest review on the radar updates, right? Why? Because you can establish the initial datum based on the most recent position, right? Because the radar will the ADT will give a continuous positions, long and length, and also the altitude, all right? So from there, you can accurately determine the search area. You can determine the search area within 6 nautical miles using this technology. So your search area will be much more smaller. The asset that's been deployed will be reduced in numbers, right? There's no wastage on the resources. And then deploy the SRU without delay. And if there's a requirement that you need to, there's a situation that's a cross-border situation, so you should coordinate with your respective RCC neighboring states. For Malaysia, we will coordinate with Singapore, with Thailand, or with our counterpart from Indonesia or from the Philippines. Depends on the area of the last known position, right? And at the same time, maintain a continuous coordination with the ATSU and aircraft operator. Okay, next. Now, this is a summary. Okay, I'm coming up to the last slide. To summarize, we can agree that ATS Air traffic services plays a very critical role as the first triggering in the SAR alerting, as you can see on the top part of this slide, right? Emergency phases provide a very structured approach on the decision making, right? There's no changes on the procedures for the emergency declaration, okay? Timely declaration and early coordination significantly improves SAR effectiveness. Aircraft operators plays a very important role in providing operational information and validation. The ADT and LiDAR, for your kind of information, provides additional information, all right? ADT and LiDAR is actually one of the set of tools that's providing this notification, okay? But it doesn't replace any existing IQ procedures. It's just one of the tools that provide additional information, right? So in search and rescue operation, time loss is lives lost. Every minute of delay increases uncertainty and reduces survival chances. Therefore, a timely alerting, accurate validation, assessment, and strong coordination with ATS, aircraft operators, and RCC are very essential. Next. So with that, I end my presentation and I hand over to my friend, moderator by Yopi. And thank you so much for your kind invitation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Pak Mani, Cik Mani. Yeah. Yeah, we call it Pak in Indonesia. Okay, that's the session 4 of this workshop. Now we move to the last session of this workshop. Is highly significant as it reflects the spirit of Malindopura itself. So the topic in this session is the cross-border cooperation. This session will discuss how neighboring states work together through joint procedures and coordinated response mechanism during the search and rescue operations. Now, may I invite our next speaker to continue, Mr. Muhammad Hafiz bin Jafar, and together with Cik Mani Fanan. This is
I leave it to Mr. Pak.
Okay.
Thank you, Pak Yopi. Thank you,
Okay.
Pak Mani.
Please, the time is yours. Yeah.
I hope the sessions have been informative and beneficial to the participants thus far. And it has been great information shared by Pak Baruna and Pak Mani on the various components that contribute or precede the management of SAR operations. I hope the participants can bear with us because I do understand that you keep on hearing that this is critical, this is important, repeated over and over again. But I hope the participants can really bear with us because really the information that we have curated is really focused on what is really critical and important for all stakeholders spotting. Right. What I will actually cover for this session would be how the states can actually organize their operations and plans to cooperate with other states, as we had previously highlighted that with the increasing interconnectivity of air travel, right, states would not be able to operate in silos and would require cooperation and collaboration in the interest of humanitarian loss, right? I will also very briefly touch on notice to MN or NOTAM, which the Air Navigation Committee will be very familiar with, but I would relate it more to how SAR operations actually utilize notice to MN or NOTAMs. And I will also touch a little bit on coordination for SRU entry between states, right? The transmission of requests, what kind of information is required, and how do we acknowledge and how do we process it, right? And to wrap up everything, we will share a little bit on some of the initiatives on joint training exercises, exchanges, as well as joint procedures or processes between BASARNAS, CAM, Civil Aviation Authority of Malaysia, and CAS in elevating the provision of SAR services within our region. Okay, so how do states cooperate with each other in terms of organization, in terms of operations, and in terms of plans? Right, as we shared previously in session 1 and continuously in sessions 2, 3, and 4, right, states would need to coordinate their SAR organizations with those of neighboring states. This means simply that some states could collaborate with another state to jointly provide search and rescue services within a defined area, right? An example of how this can actually be executed is actually between Indonesia and Singapore, between BASARNAS and CAS, where we jointly provide search and rescue services within a defined area, and we collaborate on all our operations for that area itself. It is a common area which BASARNAS and CAS actually provide that joint SAR services, right? That is one of the examples that we can actually show on how states can actually coordinate our SAR organization, right, with adjacent states. It's also important that we continuously coordinate operations with neighboring states. As we all know, typically, especially for SAR personnel, we are not keen to ever really coordinate on the SAR operations, but in the unfortunate event that there is such an emergency, it is important that regardless of where it is, the interest should always lie towards efficient provision of SAR services, and especially it need not straddle boundaries as long as it is proximate or close to the adjacent search and rescue region. It is beneficial to the operations. States should always cooperate with another states and should share information as much as it possibly can. Because with weather, with human tendencies, the last known point or the information, positional information that we have could evolve, could change due to environment, due to human tendencies. And this is where it is important for states to coordinate with each other on how to address this, on how to define where the area of operations would be. But how do states actually do that, right? There are several mechanisms by which states can actually achieve cooperation with each other. The most common one is to actually establish bilateral letters of agreement, right? Within your bilateral letters of agreement, states should be able to identify what are the important parameters or what are the important coordination aspects that should be included in their bilateral letters of agreement. Things such as permitting entry of SRUs, coordination or the transmission of information between states when there is an emergency, right? Even coordination on peripheral or supporting services that support SAR operations, such as your immigration and customs. You should be identifying these parameters in your bilateral letters of agreement such that you can streamline the processes during an actual operation. One initiative that is actually good within the region is actually the establishment of the ASEAN Agreement on Aeronautical and Maritime SAR Cooperation, as well as the ASEAN SAR Standard Operating Procedures, right? It provides a common platform where states within ASEAN or ASEAN member states can actually refer to standard ways of managing cooperation between states, which are clear and streamlined. Once we have established your plans, your processes, your procedures, what is clear is that you will move on to operations. And for the aviation community, I am sure most of you are very familiar that typically notice to MN would be way in advance, right? Could be 28 days or 56 days before an event occurs. However, in the context of SAR, right, it might not necessarily be in that context due to the urgency of the situation. The notice to MN on how SAR actually utilizes it is, firstly, definitely to disseminate information on the establishment, the withdrawal, or significant changes in how we conduct SAR operations. Even states can also disseminate information through NOTAM on changes to SAR facilities or services when it is made, such as probably your contact details. But there are also other platforms, like right now, I think Pak Barokna previously shared, and Pak Mani also shared, right? You have your Ops Control Directorate, where you can also change your contact details there. But that does not preclude that you can also do these changes or disseminate such info from this notice to MN. But the most common utilization of NOTAMs that SAR providers utilize would be during SAR operations when we require to promulgate prohibited areas within the airspace for SAR action. The reason why it is important for SAR service providers to coordinate with air traffic service units as well as other airspace users on prohibited areas for SAR action is to improve the safety of operations for airspace users within that particular area, as well as to ensure the safety of the search and rescue units that are operating within that area for that SAR operation. During the SAR operations itself, SAR service providers work very closely with air traffic service units to understand the impact of these prohibited areas to ensure that airspace users are not detrimentally impacted despite the SAR operations. Okay. Once we have promulgated the prohibited areas for operations, it is typical that during cooperation between states, that SAR units or SRUs from other states, and based on Article 25, if you recall, that was shared earlier on in Session 1, right, should be permitted entry into the territories of another state to assist or provide assistance in their SAR operations. However, for safety, again, for safety, it is important for states to understand that conditions of entry into territories of another state is still subject to conditions as prescribed by the authorities of the accepting state, right? And why do I highlight that it's conditions of entry? It is because different states have different mechanisms, and different SRUs would require different permissions, right? State SRUs would probably require diplomatic clearances from the respective authorities of their state. Private SRUs might not require diplomatic clearances according to the state. So it is up to the state itself to determine what conditions of entry subject to the SRU that is entering, how they want to apply it, and what is required from them itself, right? Thereafter, the state wishing entry into that territory should transmit the request, providing full details of the mission to either the RCC, who should be the node, or if so decided by the state, a designated authority. What kind of information is important to include in your request, right? Part of the information is we need to ensure that the other state is well aware on the information of the distressed aircraft SAR operations. This could include your unique identifier for the aircraft, your aircraft registration. This could include your abbreviated or very brief summary of what happened. Probably like what Mr. Mani shared previously. It could be an aircraft that you have lost communications with, or an aircraft that has suffered operational impairment or impediment to their equipage, such that an imminent or grave danger is applied to the aircraft. Thereafter, you should include the call sign or the unique identifier of the SRU. Why this is important is such that everybody in the aviation community, from the air traffic controllers, to your SAR service providers, to airspace users, are aware of the SRU, which would typically be prioritized for humanitarian efforts. Right? It is also important that we share what type of aircraft or vessel that will be participating in the SAR operations. Having the type of aircraft or vessel included as information when you are entering would actually be important for states so that they would know what capabilities these SRUs actually have. And of course, without prejudice, you would also typically include the name of the pilot in command, the names of the crew, the area of operation, as well as the date and time of operation. Why this is important is because if you need to evacuate your casualties to the other state, this would include your diplomatic clearances, or this would include information such that the immigration or the customs of the accepting state would be aware of the crew that would be coming in, right? For the accepting state, once you receive this kind of information, this information for entry, what you would need to do is minimally you will need to acknowledge receipt such that the applying state would know, receive this request, and as soon as possible, subject to, of course, the state's internal mechanisms, right? The accepting states should clearly and quickly indicate what conditions, if any, for the mission to be undertaken. Whether the SRU will require a diplomatic clearance, whether the SRU do not require a diplomatic clearance, and so on and so forth. Right. Moving on, very briefly, I will, without seeming like promoting how Malindopura too much, we just like to share on some of the initiatives of how Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore have been cooperating over the years. We have annually been conducting joint training exercises between Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. For BASARNAS and CAS, annually we have conducted SAREX Indopura, with last year being the 40th occasion of SAREX Indopura. Malaysia and Indonesia annually conduct the joint SAR exercise SAREX Malindo, alternating between aeronautical and maritime. And for CAM and CAS, we have recently also resumed the annual joint aeronautical SAR exercise between CAM, CAS, and we have facilitated periodic liaison visits by personnel from both states, from all three states, to the RCCs of Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. And I was honored to have hosted Mr. Mani, right, and other fellow delegates from CAM last year, and even felt honored that we managed to host the heads of BASARNAS SAR officers last year in September, which was quite a momentous and a very novel or a very new event, because it was such a large group of people, close to 23 heads of SAR officers from BASARNAS were present to have a session for information exchange, to understand the operations, and most importantly, to familiarize with the people. At the end of the day, we can lay down processes, we can lay down documentation, we can talk about exercises, but what matters most are the people who are the foundation blocks of cooperation itself. If we do not know each other, and if we do not be cordial and cooperate with each other, whatever we lay down in documentation would not come to fruition. Right. That is why Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore, or BASARNAS, CAM, and CAS, we have realized that it's important also to start or initiate a trilateral aeronautical SAR working group, which began in 2025. Right? And at this time, I really would like to thank the Secretariat team working in the background, hard, late nights, early mornings, to ensure that the workshop and all the coordination meetings that we have conducted thus far is successful, right? We also conduct regular communication checks between BASARNAS, RCCs, Singapore RCCs, as well as Malaysia ARCCs and RSCs. Next. And one of the things that we want to share with the region is that BASARNAS, CAM, and CAS, we have actually began trying to establish certain operational initiatives, such as the exchange of the international seat rep. Right? With CAM and CAS right now, we have established that for transboundary autonomous distress tracking activations, our SAR personnel would initiate by exchanging early information for awareness. Because as you understand, when an aircraft has its ADT activated, it does not necessarily mean that an aircraft has crashed. It might still continue to fly, and it might still cross international boundaries. Right? This international seat rep, which can actually be found in your IMSAR manual, right, is also used with BASARNAS as a CAM during our SAR operations, as this actually elevates the common situational awareness or the shared situational awareness between supporting agencies as well as SAR service providers. As we all know, during operations, right, your shared situational awareness would actually start to dip, and the utilization of this international seat rep periodically elevates that shared situational awareness back up to ensure that we continue to provide SAR services efficiently throughout the operations. And that brings to the end of my session. I hand over back to Pak Yopi. Right. Thank you very much for your attention thus far.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hafiz, for your presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, we have now arrived at the final segment of today's workshop, the discussion and the summary session. This final session will feature questions submitted through the chat box, covering the topics presented throughout today's program. And for this session, I would like to call upon Pak Kuruparan as a co-moderator from Malaysia for this session. And Pak Kuru will deliver the question to the speaker, that the speaker will address them to the best of their knowledge and expertise. Pak Kuru, please.
Thank you very much, Pak Yopi. Distinguished speakers, respected delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a very good day. We shall now proceed with the question and answer session, where questions submitted through the chat box will be addressed by our distinguished panel speakers. We have received several interesting and insightful questions from participants, and I will now present them accordingly to the relevant speakers. So let us begin. So question number one is dedicated to our honorable speaker from CAS, Civil Aviation Authority of Singapore, Pak Hafiz. The question is such, whereby from Mr. Gerald, Bina Potensi Unit BASARNAS. How can RCC critically distinguish between altitude deviations caused by severe turbulence and those resulting from technical malfunctions or pilot error during the in-SAR phase, especially Indonesia, Singapore, and Malaysia are located in the tropical region? May I respectfully invite Mr. Hafiz to respond to this question? Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Pak Guru, and thank you, Gerald, for the question. I think the question has a few different parts that we can break down into. And the first part of the question would be actually related to Pak Mani's presentation previously, which is what do we consider as in-SAR or uncertainty phase. Typically, for in-SAR or uncertainty phase, if it's according to your ICAO Annex 11 definition, it is typically when you have lost communications with the aircraft. And when you have lost communications with the aircraft, typically it means you are unable to establish the causal reasons or the whys to why that aircraft is experiencing an emergency. So that is the first part of the question. During in-SAR, the short answer is it is difficult, not only for the RCC, but it's difficult for everyone to establish what actually happened. The second part of the question that is quite interesting is to understand the responsibilities, the different responsibilities between the RCC as well as the Air Traffic Service Unit. Within Annex 11 and Annex 12, there's very clear distinction on when information is received and from whom. Typically, when information is received from Air Traffic Service Units, meaning that the flight is known to the Air Traffic Service Unit, then the responsibility for understanding or finding out the reason as to why the aircraft is in a state of emergency would then lie with the Air Traffic Service Unit or the Air Traffic Control Unit, because they would be either in communication with the distressed aircraft, or they would be able to get information from other sources, such as other airlines or other aircraft within the region, or even other air traffic control unit that can provide such information. However, there is also another point of receipt of information, and that is typically for some states, there will be flights that Air Traffic Services Unit might not be aware of. Typically island hoppers or private flights, especially like in huge countries where farmers actually do crop dusting, right? They would typically might not actually file a flight plan, right? Because they will be flying visual flight rules, right? Within uncontrolled airspace. So sometimes the RCC might get information directly from members of public or from other organizations, such as probably police, right? Or the maritime agencies instead of the Air Traffic Service Unit. And in that sense, when the RCC actually receive this kind of information, the priority would not be to find the causal reasons as to why the aircraft is in distress, right? The priority would then lie on actually addressing or initiating the SAR operations. Understanding the causal effect, I think, would be tied to your IQ Annex 13, if I'm not wrong, on investigation, which will be done comprehensively later by like what Pak Barukna mentioned before from the TSIB, your Transport Safety Investigation Bureau or your Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau. They would actually investigate comprehensively such that we do not prematurely identify a problem. That is the most important part, to ensure that we do not falsely or provide wrong information early. And that is why I think for the question, I hope I've answered Gerald's question, is that it's unlikely that the causal effect as to why an aircraft in distress should be the priority during an INSAFA, and it should be left to the investigative bureau to comprehensively investigate and determine the causal reasons post operations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for the clear and comprehensive explanation. And Mr. Gerald, I hope your question has been answered. And if any participants are wondering, there are certain questions that we have been asked earlier, but I have allocated according to the sessions. So we will proceed accordingly. So don't worry, all your questions will be answered before ending this session. So I hope you guys be patient. So we have the second question, which is dedicated to Pak Barukna. Okay, and this question is from Nanang Sigit, RSC Surabaya Basarnas. Okay, the question is as such: GADSS gets have a little bit of problem about cost burden. That upgrading aircraft with tracking system like autonomous distress tracking can be very expensive. Smaller airlines or developing aviation sector may struggle to adapt the required technology. What is the solution about this? So all aircraft can use its technology for enable faster detection of emergencies to initiate search and rescue earlier. May I respectfully invite Pak Barukna from BASARNAS to respond to this question. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Pak Guru, for delivering the questions from Pak Nanang. Pak Nanang, good morning, Pak Nanang. Your questions will affect your career. That's okay. As we have discussed before in the first presentations and the second presentations, that the implementations of ATT installment for aircraft is there are two kinds of standard. The standard itself is for over 27,000 kg aircraft, MTOW should be installed with this ATT. So usually it's commercial, ocean going, and very big aircraft. So not like what you have in your house, your small aircraft, just recommendations. So the wording should be set understood, but for standard will be set. But you should is a recommendations from the IQ Annex 6, and you can find the type of the aircraft that have the recommendations from the Annex 6, but the installment of this ATT. We talk about the kind of ATT or certain type of the ATT. We have many types and many manufacturers that produce the ATT. and depends on the coverage, depend on the capability of the ITT, and also large range of prices, price for this ITT. So the ITT that will be monitored by operators, aircraft operators. I think for the not only for Indonesia but also for Asia Pacific regions, still have more measures to be taken to be implemented in this area. But start from the commercial one and the aircraft, commercial aircraft, big aircraft that are flying over the ocean should be equipped with the ATP. But for your aircraft, the small aircraft, you have many alternatives, not only one ATT type, a certain type of the ATT. I think the technology is more advanced, so you will find more cheaper and affordable ATT. Thank you, Pak Nanang. Back to Pak Guru, please. Okay.
Thank you, Pak Barotna. We really appreciate your insight and practical perspective on this important operational matter. And to Pak Nanang Sigit, I hope the answers to your question. And actually, we have a lot of questions regarding GATS.
Yeah.
So it's mainly dedicated to Pak Barotna. So I'll proceed with the next question.
Okay.
The next question will be from Pak Arif, ENAF Indonesia, Safety Operation Division. So his question is, regarding the ADT, is there any limitation for quick identification? Example, at mountainous area, blind spot area of satellite, or intentionally turning off by crew? And what is the weakness of this equipment? As explained, ADT like real-time aircraft live tracking. What is system to monitor ADT? Imagine if ADT could as backup of the surveillance of the aircraft. Kind regards.
Thanks again, Pak Guru. This ATT is monitored by the operator, the aircraft operator. So you have a choice whether you choose the equipment of the ATT that will be installed on board of the aircraft based on of course, the provider will choose the satellite service to provide data and then also to relay the data to you to the your office, your equipment, and of course it will cover many large space, large area of the earth, but still there is also some difficulties to find the coverage, the full coverage of satellite all over the world. Then it is just depend on you when you choose your equipment. When your operation area will depend on your flight plans and so forth. That will affect you in choosing the ATT equipment. And of course, ATT will be very helpful for search and rescue, as we discussed also that ATT is just one of the SAR intelligence sources. One of the SAR intelligence sources. We can use many. We can use many other sources also, not only LTT. But if we got the LTT, the information that provided by the air operator will be very helpful and make it very quick, the search and rescue responses. And of course, there are many, so the search and rescue not only work based on one single sources of intelligence or informations, but we consider as this part of this information also. We can use also in some cases use the radar also as a part of the intelligence sources, and also some direct information from the citizen or the mass media is very common also to use that one. And of course, the ATS unit is the primary information process and rescue. And we just try to figure out the more sources for intelligence using the utilizes the participation of the aircraft operators that monitoring the ATT. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Barona, for the very knowledgeable answer.
Pak Guru, if I could add a little bit to what Pak Barona has shared about to answer the question from Pak Arif, is that typically for what Pak Barona shared, for automated distress tracking devices, currently there are several different providers. One of the primary providers is actually a device that was designed based on standards that's by the SAR international organization, which actually operates a constellation, 4 constellations from contributions from different states or satellites. So to answer Pak Arif's question is there is always somebody, Big Brother is watching from the skies. There's always a satellite there that is supposed to be monitoring the transmission of the 406 megahertz from this autonomous distress tracking device. What are the challenges, right? Typically, it is similar to previous ELTs. There are several challenges, primarily battery life, right? Unfortunately, we have not yet achieved, perpetual energy. So battery life is definitely a challenge for ELTs, as well as ADTs. But there are provisions that the SAR experts and the SAR experts at meetings have deliberated on, noting that the ADTs transmit almost once at every minute, right? And these devices actually are also self-powered. They are able to actually they are able to operate even though the power unit, the APU, auxiliary power unit of the aircraft, were not to supply power to it. They have the capability to operate within a certain period of time. And unfortunately, I think what Pak Arif was asking is that whether ADT could use as a big backup surveillance, noting that it is used for aircraft tracking. To clarify, Pak Arif, typically aircraft tracking and autonomous distress tracking is actually separate. Aircraft tracking is actually a function where the aircraft operator is required to track the aircraft based on their capabilities, whereas your ADT device is actually activated only during distress events. I hope that clearly answers, and I hope that adds on to what Pak Barona already shared. Thank you, Guru.
Thank you, Pak
Thank you,
Hafiz.
Pak.
Thank you, Pak Hafiz, for adding on to Pak Barona's explanation. And of course, we are very glad to have very knowledgeable and experienced speakers on the floor to answer to all the questions. And moving on, we have another question from Pak Setio from BASARNAS in regards to GATS, which is number 1, how effective is GATS in reducing search and rescue SAR time? What are the latest developments in GATS technology? And what is the future of aircraft tracking system with the emergence of AI and next generation satellites?
This is for me?
Yeah. Yeah, Pak.
Pak Barona, you're very popular.
I'm write down your name, Pastio. And this is one also as become of the challenge of the aeronautical world to cope with the challenges in the future. That we also use some of the equipment. This is a part. This is not part of the discussion, but it's okay. The development of the aircraft also is influenced by the technology for the AI, the use of the other information technology, but still this one should be very easy to implement this kind of tracking and distress tracking, since this equipment, if we develop this kind of the aviation industry already equipped with tracking system, because they work with based on the radio system, based on the satellite communication. So automatically they will send the current coordinate. Also, if something wrong, it will give the alert to the related agencies or parties that monitoring especially in the operator itself, because still even though it's autonomous, there is a operator that operate this kind of aviation also. So it's, I think, much easier if we implement this distress taking and the advanced technology for tracing and locate the distress site. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Barona. And moving on, since we are catching up with time, I'll try to go to the next few questions. Okay, one main question will be from Pak Firdaus Selong from BASARNAS Pontianak RCC. This question is dedicated to Pak Mani, whereby the question is as such: within the Indonesian Aviation Search and Rescue SAR framework, BASARNAS is typically notified only upon the declaration of the distress phase, which is distress phase, while earlier phases, uncertainty phase, INSAFA, and alert phase are managed internally by this operational pattern contrasts with maritime SAR practices, where early phase notification enable progressive preparedness. In light of the provision set forth in the International Civil Aviation Organization Annex 12 Search and Rescue, to what extent are the ATS units required to notify the responsible Rescue Coordination Center, RCC, during the INSAFA and alert phase phases? Furthermore, does Annex 12 impose a binding obligation for early phase notification, or does it permit discretionary reporting, thereby legitimating a system in which SAR authorities are engaged predominantly at the distress phase stage? May I respectfully invite Mr. Manivanan from CAM to respond to this question. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Kuru, and thank you, Mr. Firdaus from Pontianak RSC. Very long questions, right? And it is involving two lead authority. One is from the ATS and one is from the RCC. Now, straight to the point. Okay, for the first part, right? Okay, this is regarding, if you see on the IQ documents based on the Annex 11, Chapter 5, Alerting Service. So I will quote this, right? So on the 5.2, notification of our Rescue Coordination Center. 5.2.1, without prejudice to any other circumstances that may render such notification advisable, the Air Traffic Services Unit shall notify Rescue Coordination Center immediately an aircraft is considered to be in a state of emergency in accordance with the following. A is uncertainty phase when 1 and 2, B is alert phase when with the parameters, and then C on distress phase. Okay, now based on these talks, it clearly shows that when emergency phase is being declared, even from the INSAFA, right? So the notification should be passed to the relevant RCC, or then because the RCC will pass this information to the respective RSC or the KANTOR SAR, for especially in Indonesia, having a very vast search and rescue region. So this information will be passed upon from RCC to the respective RSC based on the designated KANTOR, based on the last location, last LKP. So there's no right and wrong. And if you base on the guidance document, so it should be advised to the RCC as soon as possible, right? Why? For the next action from the SAR authority. But having said so, if you are declaring INSAFA or LFA, right, and based on the progression of the emergency situation, right, so if the emergency phase is being cancelled, if the flight back to ops normal, right, so there's no harm actually when you're notifying the RCC. So if the emergency phase has been cancelled upon, just advise the respective RCC the flight is back to ops normal. So the RCC or RIC, they will stand down on the SAR response action, right? So I feel that I answer on the first part, all right? On the second part, right? So for the RCC, we follow on the Annex 12 on the search and rescue services, right? On the search and rescue. So if you see on the Annex 12, so when you're being declared any INSAFA uncertainty phase, so when you receive, so you need to make a clarification. We need to, the respective RCC, you need to go back to the ATSU and then get a validation, clarification with them. What's the status of this emergency? All right, so that you can initiate the next action. For the alert phase, when you receive the information, you should advise for all the respective SRE units to be on standby while you are progressing on their search pattern, on the distress part, so that when its aircraft has been declared and in the distress part phase, so you can initiate the SAR operation as soon as possible. Okay, I believe I have answered the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Mani. And
I hope I can come back to Indonesia to visit BASARNAS and end up with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Mani, for the very valuable explanation. And I think since we are running out of time, we'll give an opportunity to the final question, which is from Pak Nizam from KEM. His question is, can the SAR team use directly information such as lat and long captured from controller radar working position to effectively pinpoint the LKP of aircraft in distress? So, Pak Mani, the question is for you, Pak.
Me?
Yeah.
It will be very biased because it's from KEM.
Okay. Okay, we can maybe get CAS or maybe
Okay, I'm going first lah, because I own something to Pak Arif from Airnav, because I was confused with the AT and ATT. The AT itself, okay, operated by the operator, but the ATT is part of the distress alert that equipped with many subsystem, including the LTTT. So it will, of course, it will fasten the give more accurate information for this. But the implementations of ATT itself is a quite challenge for us, for the government, the regulators that should implement this standards from the IQ. Even though for the commercial aircraft, the big ocean-going one of ISIS that aircraft flying over, this is still very difficult for us to, and also we have to prepare the regulation and also the enforcement of this regulation and so forth, including training and so forth. And this radar or any kind of information can be used for the alerting information for such an QRCC. The radar, of course, there is lat and long, but using the advanced technology, we got 40 and 15 for aircraft tracking, but also the 40 is very information, very accurate and very informative, including the lat and long, and also altitude, and also the time itself. So many kind of information, as we also discussed before, that we can use as the source of information or intelligence process and rescue mission. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Barona, and all the distinguished speakers. And of course, Pak Hafiz also wants to give some valuable thoughts on the question.
Right. Thank you, Pak Barona. I think Pak Barona highlighted a very important point that I think for SAR operators to be very well aware of is we will definitely have a huge amount of information, even position information that will be available to us at the onset of the operations. You would have, like what is highlighted by Mr. Nizam here, positional information from surveillance sources, right, that air traffic services units have. You might have position information sighting from members of public, approximate location. You would also have positional information now from, like what Pak Barutna mentioned, from ladder, right? It is important for all SAR operators to remember to understand what are the technical specifications of the information that you are receiving, and then assess and weigh which information is best used. It is unique from state to state, dependent on the capabilities of the state itself. Unfortunately, I cannot answer on one state alone whether solely relying on the controller's radar working or surveillance position would be sufficient. But what I can actually share is that the positional information provided by your autonomous distress tracking device, right, is based on your global navigation satellite system, which would be accurate up to 6 nautical miles for an aircraft in distress. And that is a very huge improvement above what we currently have. So if you were to ask me, while I cannot answer specifically dependent on the equipment that you have, but that is the capability of CATS right now, right? For an aircraft in distress, up to 6 nautical miles accuracy. Right? I hope that answers your question on which information should be used during SAR operations.
Can I?
Yeah.
I add something. Okay. I echo what Mr. Barona and Mr. Hafiz says, but I hope the participants understand. And thank you, Mr. Nazim, for the question. You have two situations here. One is aircraft equipped with ADT. One is aircraft not equipped with the ADT equipment. Right? You must bear in mind the ADT is only available based on the regulation for aircraft that is on the airworthiness certificate starting from the January 2024. All right. So how about the much earlier aircraft? This much earlier aircraft is still flying. We don't have ADT equipment there. So these aircraft, they have ELTDT. So for that particular things, you refer to the ELT Kopasasat messages on the SID 185. Now, what if you don't have the SID 185 messages? It doesn't be transmitted. So your last very input information that you can collect is based on your CWB position, controller working position from the radar screen. If that's the information that you have to start to initiate the response. Furthermore, you also can clarify it with the airline operator, right? Because for sure they have information to track the aircraft, and then from there you gather much additional information so that you will have the last position in a much more accurate manner. All right. Bear in mind, not all aircraft is equipped with ADT, right? There are a lot of aircraft still flying without non-equipped ADT. All right. So you have a mixed environment. So air traffic controllers and also SAR personnel should know what's the information you gather and then how to determine the LKP in the best manner, right? Thank you.
Thank you to all the speakers for the valuable input, and I hope it answers everyone's question. And not to forget, we have a couple of questions that we will keep and answer to you guys and provide the answers for the next Malindopura session when we can meet, because our time is catching up. So thank you all to the distinguished speakers for your valuable insights and responses. We would like to express our appreciation to all the participants for the excellent questions submitted through the chat box. And your engagement has greatly contributed to the success of this workshop. With that, I now like to respectfully hand over the session back to our Honorable Moderator, Pak Yopi, for the final summary and conclusion of this workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Guru, to guide the question and answer session. And I would like to express my appreciation also to all the participants for the active participations. I believe the speakers would like to answer all of the questions, but due to the limitation of the time for this workshop, like Pak Guru said, that we try to gather this question and answer it in the next event, next workshop in the Malindopura. Distinguished speakers, respective delegates, ladies and gentlemen, before we hand the program back to the Master Ceremony for the closing ceremony, allow me to briefly conclude today's workshop. Throughout today's sessions, we have gained valuable insight into the aeronautical search and rescue framework, IQ Annex 12 standards, GADSS requirement, ATS alerting procedures, stakeholder responsibilities, and the critical importance of cross-border cooperation among our states. The discussion and presentation have clearly demonstrated that effective search and rescue operation rely on timely coordination, clear communication, operational readiness, and strong partnership between all relevant agencies. Today's workshop has also reaffirmed the significance of Malindopura as an important rail platform that continues to strengthen cooperation between Malaysia, Indonesia, and Singapore in enhancing regional aviation emergency preparedness and response capabilities. The exchange of knowledge, experiences, and best practices today will undoubtedly contribute towards improving our collective effectiveness in responding to future challenges. On behalf of the moderation team, I would like to express sincere appreciation to all our distinguished speakers and participants for your active engagement and valuable contribution throughout the workshop. With that, I now respectfully hand the program back to the Master of Ceremony for the closing ceremony. And before that, please give the applause to all the speakers and also for all the committees. Yeah. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good day for all of the ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yopi, for guiding the panel session, and of course, to all the speakers and the co-moderator. Let us move to the last item of the agenda, the presentation of token of appreciation for the speakers, which will be presented by the Preparedness Director, Mr. Nur Isrodin Muhlisin, SPD MM. Time is yours.
Terima kasih atas kehadiran apresiasi kami.
Pak Guru, no, you are also moderator, yeah. Please. No, I close the light. I close the light.
Quick Action TV, satu jiwa, satu rasa. Quick Action TV, satu jiwa, satu rasa.
Di langit, di laut, di daratan luas, kami hadir menembus waktu dan batas. Profesional, modern, teruji setiap saat, menjawab panggilan jiwa yang tak pernah padam. Di langit, di laut, di daratan luas, kami hadir menembus waktu dan batas. Profesional, modern, teruji setiap saat, menjawab panggilan jiwa yang tak pernah padam. Denting sirene jadi nyanyian malam, Avignam jagat samagram, keselamatan alam semesta. Bersatu, Basarnas berdiri tegak.